Oliver hated being called a bum, a beggar, or a tramp. He preferred the socially neutral term free artist. He had felt that way long before he had been on the street. What was he, really, a bum? It was just that living within four walls was weighing him down. Besides, he really was an artist. Once his paintings were popular and in demand. In those glorious times, he even held several chamber exhibitions in small galleries. A dozen critics called the work significant, and a couple more disgusting ointment. At that moment, the artist didn't care what some underachievers said about him. Customers paid off solid fees for portraits, which Oliver, in his own apt expression, wrote the heel of a jackleg. It is not that he bathed in money, but the need did not know, and enjoyed widespread fame in narrow circles. However, fortune is a capricious girl, and after many years of upsurge, after worldly fame and relative wealth, can always come a period of oblivion. For Oliver, that time dragged on. First, he sent a gallery owner on a pedestrian journey who tolerated all his antics and picked up customers. Here's what George, the artist, said that day. "You're literally stealing from me. You're forcing me into some kind of channel where I'm cramped. I'm going free, do you hear me?" What George said, Oliver couldn't remember. Then he proudly slammed the door, leaving his apartment. He left his shamed wife and children, who by then were relatively mature and tired of his antics, and went on a free voyage. At first, everything was fine. His own studio, clients, sitters, and wine, a whole sea of wine, in which he began to choke every now and then. "You'll come back to me." Helga, his lawfully wedded wife, shouted at him as he left with a small suitcase. "You'll come crawling back on your knees." "I will," Oliver replied with a smile. "That's what you were before me, huh? Just a little shop girl. And now, an artist's wife. Sounds proud, doesn't it?" As he left Helga, the free artist smiled. He never fought at all, cutting bridges. It's just that life in one marriage, in one gallery was weighing on him, especially all these conventions, to sleep at home, to be faithful to his wife, not to bring to the apartment of favorite women, not to sell Nojeko paintings to random customers, and not to exhibit in other galleries. Of course, the wife could tolerate this at the beginning of their life together. Oliver's lifestyle seemed to her bohemian and suing respect. She also saw him as a genius, but gradually the free-spirited artist became too voluminous a figure for their modest third-floor apartment. There were high ceilings of more than 3 meters, but even that was not enough for the flight of the soul. The gallery, which brought him a good income, also became too cramped. He saw himself as a rising star of world painting, but the outlines were ghostly. He was going to conquer Paris, Berlin, Madrid, one by one. And he would have, if it hadn't been for a morbid addiction to alcohol. So he left both the gallery and the apartment, where he even thought of going out of the window. But the third floor is too small for that flight, which sometimes allow themselves to make a saturated life creators. That's why Oliver went out not through the window, but through the door, and has been wandering the world for 10 years. "You are not a bum," said to him another acquaintance over a bottle of cheap wine. "You're the best artist in the world." "No," Oliver replied flirtatiously. "The best, but not in the world, but in the country." "You're a genius," continued the acquaintance, enjoying a drink at someone else's expense. "No, not at all," objected the artist. "I am not a genius, but outstanding, but only to find my paints, brushes, and sketches." Casual acquaintances did not stay with him longer than there was money left for food and drink. The older Oliver got, the worse his teeth and hair looked. The fewer women became willing to take him in and model for him. And now the thought of returning to Helga didn't seem quite so frightening anymore. Especially since he knew that half of the apartment still belonged to him, and that he could find a job as a decorator, or a painter at the worst. He could work with large volumes and liked it too, but his pride wouldn't let him. This quality, without which it is unthinkable to achieve success in any field, is gradually becoming a yoke, a burden that dragged him to the bottom, into a pool of wine and vices. That morning, the chief physician's anxiety was at its peak. His best quality is intuition. It worked well in diagnosis, but it did not help at all in management. He had an intuitive sense of what a person was like, but he didn't always understand what to do about it. So when the phone rang in his office, he already realized that he would not hear any good news. "Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to you," the velvet voice on the other end of the wire did without preamble, and did not tolerate objections. "Really?" Andrew perked up. "Why?" "You are unable to clean up the hospital," the voice said. "Our orders have not been executed for months." "I dare to disagree," said the chief physician, loosening his tie. In principle, if he was going to argue with the caller, it was only for pro forma. In fact, he was glad of the unexpected freedom. The hospital was in perfect order. The occupancy rate is less than 90%. The recurrence rate is very low. "How long will you put up with the ritual store near the main entrance?" the voice asked. "How many complaints do we have to listen to before we reach your mind? Or at least your heart? What does it mean to tolerate?" The former chief physician was perplexed. A ritual store for the hospital is quite a thing. Their people can buy everything they need if something goes wrong, and in general, what are you implying? "Me?" the voice interjected. "You should have told me that a month ago." Silence. Andrew really couldn't and didn't like to lead. All affairs were handled by his deputies, to whom he gave full freedom of action. In fact, he was the one who started the funeral parlor of some shrewd businessman. But the hospital received money for the rent, and also, according to Andrew's firm belief, the proximity of such an institution should discipline the patients. "I'm giving you one last chance," the voice said. "I was persuaded to fire you for incompatibility with your position, but you understand, you won't be able to. I get the hint." Andrew reported cheerfully, "It's easy. I'll write a letter right now, but don't forget that I am a materially responsible person. To whom will I transfer the household? What if the new person is missing something?" "For this, do not worry," assured the voice. "Make an inventory and leave the business. The new head doctor is not your concern." The voice hung up. Andrew sighed. This is not how he had imagined his departure. In fact, it's even better. There would be no proceedings, lavish send-offs and tears of longing. He would write a statement, leave his keys and goodbye. He couldn't wait to get back to practicing medicine. Better yet, to go to some remote village with 10 houses and treat there. That's where the life is. That's where the real challenges are. To lead a large hospital, he liked at first, but gradually all the pleasure came to naught. Half the time all he did was sign papers and deal with the complaints of disgruntled patients. "Christopher," Andrew said, pressing the call button. "Christopher, dance. You're going to have a new boss. The weather can be nice in September, but it's best not to take any chances." That's why Oliver wore a raincoat. You never know when it's going to start raining. Winter was coming soon, so the free artist had to find a temporary home. He had an option in mind. His once good friend, whom he called not an artist, but a craftsman. To ask him for help, he had to step on his own pride. After making his way to the private sector, he went through the open gate without a bell and knocked on the door of the cottage. After a couple of minutes of waiting, a friend appeared in the doorway, and his face could not be called pleased. "Hello, Vance," Oliver said courteously and bowed, standing on the doorstep to his longtime friend. "Long time no see, friend. I was just passing by, so I thought I'd stop by and see how you were doing. I'll see if you've restored the gazebo that I destroyed last time due to my gross negligence." "What do you want?" the man answered rudely. "Are you trying to make a pig of me again? Or a whole pig farm, eh?" With Vance in the past, they had a long-standing collaboration. Both artists, they had taken very different paths. If Oliver was really looking for concentrated freedom, Vance was looking for enrichment. If Oliver was in demand with women and drew inspiration from them, Vance was never really loved. This information, of course, had to be kept in mind and kept to himself. But the free artist could not. At the last creative evening, which rolled into a banal feast, Oliver told Vance everything he thought about him. He did not keep silent about the greed of his comrade, who not a dozen times helped him financially. And lastly, he burned the carved arbor, admiring the flames of his favorite element. It was about 6 months ago, and since then the entrance to the hospitable house of the old comrade was closed. "I should like to spend the night," Oliver asked, as if nothing had happened. "To go to your bathhouse. I'd like to make pies on your charming stove. By the way, did you put the tandoor together like you dreamed?" "That's a wrap," Vance replied, not leaving the doorway. Oliver was looking for a way to get ahead, to sit on the living room couch, and then God himself wouldn't be able to kick him out. "Why don't you put my youngest daughter in the bed? To keep your old bones warm?" Considering the age of the artists, and each of them is close to the 6'10", the proposal did not seem so vulgar, and the daughter is long since matured and overripe. She was 30, and Vance had given up hope of getting her out of her creative home and into someone else's marriage. "I'm sorry, friend," Oliver said. "I overreacted that time. I was wrong, I was rude, I was unfriendly. I let down a man I should have been proud to know. And I. The artist rolled his eyes and raised the elbow of his hand to his face, depicting sincere remorse. "Really?" Vance marveled, shifting to a whisper. "Only that time? Or do you only think of my friendship when you need a place to sleep and a drink?" "Well, and all the times before that," agreed the free artist. "Yes, you're right. I don't know how to value either friendship or love. I've betrayed 100 times the people I should have held on to. There must be a flaw in my soul, somewhere in my heart, a little demon that's undermining me from the inside." My God, what a speech. Vance admired him insincerely and splashed his hands. "But I've lost count of the number of times you've said something like that. 10? 20? It's about time you thought of something else." "Vance, you have to understand," Oliver pleaded. "Winter is coming, and I have nowhere to go. So you want to stay with me again until spring? Is that why you've come all this way, clopping around in your worn-out boots?" "Of course," Oliver rejoiced. He took the rough tone as an unspoken agreement. "We'll have a great time. I'll write a dozen pieces for you. You can sell them and make good money. My name is still remembered and my paintings are waiting, right?" Of course, Oliver was being dishonest. He'd started several mediums in his friend's studio at his own request, but he'd never finished a single one. And given his specific technique, it was unlikely that anyone had managed to complete the projects. Besides, Oliver flatly refused to paint exactly what the master of the house demanded, and the resulting smudge would hardly sell for good money, if at all. "Don't spoil my canvases and paints." Vance was indignant. He was ready to forgive his comrade once again, but the mention of unfulfilled orders was the last straw. He was the one who had to work day and night in the workshop to meet the deadline. He was such an overly obliging man. "For the love of God, please don't touch the brushes in my house." "So you're letting me in?" Oliver asked with a smile. He interpreted Vance's mood in his own way. "I could tell you a lot of things, you know, but you're better with your tongue. I could never do that." "So just, no," the former comrade said and slammed the door loudly in Oliver's face. This world had never been so cruel to a freelance artist. If even his best friend left him alone on the cold streets, who could he rely on? Of course he was unfair to Vance. Too often, he called him a lowlife, a talentless person, an imitator, an opportunist, a canvasser, mocked his commissioned canvases, laughed at the way Vance himself makes frames with a mitre saw and thus extracts an extra penny from the order, emptied his home bar with such speed that the owner had to hide wine and cognac in hiding places on the plot, But Evan nodded with restraint, though his medical sense told him that he would not like this big official's offer. Since he had poured a bucket of flattery on him, he was about to be asked to do something that he wouldn't do in his right mind. Which, in principle, you could refuse, but I don't think you came all this way just to give me a favorable review, Evan said. Though I do appreciate being seen and recognized for my efforts. Right? Jack smiled. What if I told you that a small but very affluent town needed a chief physician? A well-known cardiac hospital. Evan immediately grew sad. There were many hospitals on the map of his vast homeland. Where things were going well, chief physicians could lead for decades, and where there were problems, the chiefs changed periodically. And where there hadn't been a real owner for a long time, it was hard to build a system from scratch. What city? Evan asked, even though he already knew what we were talking about. The city you know best, Jack smiled. The city that gave us such a promising and brilliant doctor. No, Evan cut him off. I'm definitely not going there. The smile never left Jack's face. An experienced official, he knew which strings to pull, which keys to press to get the right tune. And if the doctor couldn't be bribed with flattery, he had to use the heavy artillery. It's something he knew and loved. Rumor has it, the official yawned, that you can't find texture for your work. Work? Evan was surprised. Well, with good results. Jack stretched out, with the right persistence. Damn it, nothing is impossible in this world, my dear colleague. In two, Evan repeated in a tone that brooked no objection, and I'll be challenged by someone who actually knows medicine, not a pretender. 2 years. The official savored these words like an expensive wine. Will you really have time, my dear colleague? And will I have time to convince everyone? I'll work nights. In that case, Jack's smile became even wider, which seemed contrary to anatomy. In that case, we need to discuss the details and choose a date on which you're ready to begin your duties. I'll turn in my files and get to work. Friday at the latest. The official stood up, adjusting his jacket. Evan hated healthcare workers who favored formal dress. He himself always wore what he was comfortable in. That's what you can do to help a patient in a jacket and white shirt. One last thing, muttered the official. Start working at the hospital by looking for new deputies. The ones we have are no good, if you say so. After his conversation with Jack, Evan felt as if he'd done something immoral. Should he have accepted a transfer to another hospital, even if it was as chief of medicine? He cherished the hope that as soon as he became a candidate of medical sciences, he would immediately break into the vertical of medical power and bring order there, so that hospitals and polyclinics would receive not only criticism, but also equipment and medicines. Still, the feeling was sickening. Why had he said he was coming to the new place on Friday? What was the rush? It was already Wednesday. Evan went to the smoking room he'd been avoiding for a year and a half. And there he met the man whose help he needed right now. Give him a smoke, he asked Carlo, his friend and longtime colleague. You quit, the doctor replied, taking a cigarette out of the pack. Yes, Evan agreed, lighting up, and picked it up again. I'm transferred. Tomorrow is the last day. Will now be the head doctor. I heard that, Carlo smiled. Rumors have been going around the hospital for a week. Congratulations. The smoke burned his lungs. Why is he the last to hear the news? When the big official from the Ministry of Health had announced his arrival, he had already suspected the possibility of a promotion, but he wasn't sure. Carlo could have at least hinted at it. I'm not happy about it. I've always dreamed of being a chief physician, but not in this hospital. Any reason? Carlo asked. Yes, there are. Deeply personal. Is it a lot of work? No, Evan shook his head. There's a patient there, you know. One I don't want to cross paths with. Patient? Carlo was surprised. Where are you and where are the patients, Evan? Are you going to celebrate the promotion or not? Only in a small circle. A very small circle. Cars were passing by. but they didn't care about a homeless man about to throw himself off a bridge. No one even slowed down to shout encouragement. After the foot got stiff, the free artist put it on the ground. Now they had to wait for the cramp to pass. In half an hour, only one patrol car had stopped near Oliver. The bridge, spanning high over the river, was the main attraction of the area. The water gave Oliver inspiration, and he had once painted a series of landscapes depicting the enchanting place. "Come on, jump," Thomas demanded it. "Jump. The whole town will breathe a sigh of relief. I'll keep going." The police inspector, if he followed all the instructions, was supposed to stall and dissuade suicides from jumping into the abyss, and also to furtively call a psychologist, so as not to provoke the person to take decisive action. But Thomas had deviated from the instructions by 180 degrees. He was fed up with the antics of Oliver, who thought he was a brilliant artist. "Why didn't you leave?" he asked. "I didn't have time," the artist replied. "Then fly away. How long am I going to stand here and cheer you up?" At this time of year, the vagrant usually left the city and went to winter in warmer places. And there he'd piss off the local police with his inability to live in society. This year it's all gone wrong, which means trouble and more work. Thomas was being ironic when he suggested that the artist jump, but it was a joke about his secret desires. "You've got to stall me," Oliver objected, as if you don't know the instructions. "I do," Thomas replied. "I know, that's why I'm going to confront you while no one is looking. Come here, come closer." Oliver was always messing up the townspeople's lives, mostly with his words and vulgar pictures, which the artist considered masterpieces. And it would be all right if the tramp did something serious and disappeared from sight for a long time. Thomas knew from experience that in penitentiaries there was a high demand for those who could draw. No, the antics would be of a kind that could not be expected to last for a long sentence of 15 days at most. The free artist did not argue with the guardian and stepped away from the low railing. He raised his hands, showing that he realized his mistake and changed his mind. "I understand," he replied. "I get it. Thanks to your heartfelt words, Thomas, I have decided to abandon my shameful scheme and continue to bring bright colors to this gray earth. Can you give me a ride to the hospital?" "All right, get in," Thomas nodded. "Only on the paper. And don't ever leave the hospital. Do you hear me?" Fall is deceiving. The homeless know it especially well. You can be sweltering hot during the day and freezing cold at night. In their city, the range of temperatures was extremely wide, and while during the day in September some people managed to sunbathe and even swim a little in the river, at night the frost on the grass or car windows could turn to ice. That was why Oliver wanted so badly to wait out the months ahead. Otherwise, October would have to be spent in some basement or attic. For a while after his wife left him, he had a workshop that was supposed to be heated with a wood stove. Oliver had been told 100 times that the wood should be loaded into the furnace gradually, not to heat the stove to red hot. But what do these people know about art? Once, when he had a session with a charming model, he overdid it. The model wouldn't let go of her bra until the temperature in the studio was close to acceptable levels. So he loaded the stove to the limit and splashed kerosene to be sure. Of course, that house did not burn down. The firemen, who immediately arrived at the call and thoroughly doused the hearth of the fire, prevented it. But all 5 floors below the attic were seriously damaged by water. Not only his work, but also his pride died in this element. So when the frost comes, he'll have to seek survival in the basement. When I was in jail, liked to tell the artist after this incident. In fact, for violation of fire safety, he was arrested for only 15 days. Some hotheads at the time wanted to make the artist pay, but what can you take from him? Since then, Oliver was panic-stricken by Borgias, preferring to warm himself with firewater. The artist liked the cardiac hospital. The main building was 8 stories high, and not only locals were sent here. There is always someone to talk, fight, and drink with. Excellent canteen. If you know how to be persistent, they'll feed you well. The appearance was somewhat spoiled by the proximity of the ritual store. It was located in an annex near the main building, as if to suggest that it was waiting for patients who were not ready to follow the doctor's recommendations. Oliver didn't mind the proximity, for he wasn't afraid of death. He would have to wait out the future frosts, hold out a little, and then the straight would be waiting. Alas, the medical registrar was not inclined to share his aspirations. "Patient, keep order," the woman asked. For 10 minutes now, she had been trying to explain to the free artist that becoming a hospital patient was not so simple. "We shouldn't hospitalize you without a referral. Don't hold up the line or I'll be forced to call security." She's new, isn't she? The threat made no impression on Oliver. As soon as the guard saw the troublemaker, he hid in his booth and just watched through a slit in the ground. Near the registrar's office, there was a decent queue. The artist was preventing those who really needed help from getting it. "And I say, you should not, but obliged to hospitalize me," shouted Oliver. "My health is disgusting. Look how my hands are trembling." The artist stretched out his palm. The tremor was visible to the naked eye. However, after so many years of drinking and wandering, it was a relatively minor problem. It was worse when it came to filling his stomach. Oliver hadn't had a poppy in his mouth since morning, and he was hungry and thirsty. "Man, I've told you for the last time, it's not allowed," the receptionist replied patiently. "First get a referral in the district polyclinic, then undergo an examination, take tests, and then welcome to the hospital. I do not have so much time," pathetically shouted Oliver. I'm dying. I need immediate, urgent care." "Next," said the receptionist, and turned away from the free artist. The angry crowd shifted the old man to the very edge of the counter. Outraged, Oliver was still making noise and swearing for a long time. He said that he had given himself to this city and people by immortalizing them both on dozens of canvases. Claimed he'd ruined his heart by worrying about the future of the locals. Like Michelangelo, he spent nights in the studio creating masterpieces, ruining his eyesight. He asked at least for free food vouchers in the canteen. But the crowd didn't listen to him and lived their own lives. "I'll complain," Oliver said finally, stopping at the guard's booth. "I'll go to the head doctor, then come back tomorrow," the man said. "There's a new head doctor on Friday, and we'll see if he'll listen to you." "Who said that?" the painter asked. The voice sounded familiar to him. But there was no one in the booth, not even after Oliver had bent over to look inside. "No one," the guard answered, continuing to hide. "No one said there's no one here. Just go already. The sanitarium is cancelled." And when the artist had moved a safe distance away, the guard rose and added, "That Walker. Modern genius. Damn him." It was not a flight, however, but a diversion, for Oliver was not going to surrender without a fight. Retreating to the main entrance, he made one last attempt to storm the building. It was a busy Thursday afternoon outside the hospital. If he faked a heart attack believably enough, he'd be admitted to the hospital. It's all about believing himself. What does a heart attack look like? As he stepped out onto the porch, Oliver suddenly shrieked, putting all his artistry into his voice and movements. "Help! People! Help me! I'm dying! Oh, farewell, motherland!" and collapsed on his knees. Apparently, the sudden action, hunger and forced sobriety had made him really dizzy. Oliver felt that he really didn't feel well, began to gulp air like a fish. The sounds began to drift away, and the picture first turned green and then dim. He grasped the handrail with all his might, but his weakened fingers couldn't manage it. "Is he ill?" the woman questioned, standing in front of the free artist. "Is he really ill?" "Coldly, citizen, coldly," said the guard. He ran up to Oliver with the most experienced man, the local Zaphos, the deputy chief physician on the economic part. "Now the doctor will say." "Calm down, I'm a doctor," said the storekeeper and pretended to check his pulse. The man knew Oliver all too well. The free artist had spent a couple of years in the ward on his floor, turning the model ward into an artistic commune. And then he'd kept himself discharged for a long time, faking heart attacks every now and then. When the superintendent took the homeless man's dirty hand, ostensibly to check his pulse, he immediately wanted to disinfect his palms. "Pulse is fine," the man said to the crowd. He didn't want to check the rest of his body. "He's just a faker who's gonna make normal people run out of room in the hospital. You grab the legs, I'll grab the arms." The guard and the storekeeper dragged the beggar around the corner, where he was much less visible. "It's nothing," Christopher thought. "He'll lie down for a while and then he'll be gone." However, how he has got into the part. Indeed, Oliver did not utter a sound as they dragged him, though the way was a decent distance. The artist's head was thrown back, so the men had to be careful. "What's the matter, imposter?" said the bolder guard as they laid Oliver down on the pavement. "Nothing to say, faker." The artist only mumbled something unintelligible. His consciousness hadn't left him, but it was very foggy, and even the feeling of resentment toward those who should have helped and saved him was dulled. He thought that if it was death, it was no big deal. It wasn't painful at all, and it was hardly scary at all. He had always dreamed of meeting a creator and asking his opinion of his own works, whether they were masterpieces or cheesy. There are several reasons why a person does not want to return to his hometown. The main one is the potential meeting with people you don't want to see at all. Evan is fully committed to medicine, a noble endeavor, and he's been dedicated. Cardiology is one of the most challenging fields, but it's also one of the most promising. Starting a new patient was like walking through a minefield, but a mistake here cost the life not the doctor, but his ward. After all, more people die from heart and blood pressure problems than from armed conflicts. It wasn't just about saving lives. The cardiovascular system fascinated the doctor so much that he saw it as a model of the universe. Evan could talk for hours about how this organ is organized, why people suffocate, and how important it is to keep healthy. But his passion for medicine had a downside. At 35, he had nothing besides a dizzying career. No hobbies, no home, no wife, no children. Loneliness sometimes burdened, but there was no shortage of potential female admirers. The reason for loneliness and reluctance to return to his hometown are closely connected. His entire childhood was spent in the constant scandals of his mother and father. In the end, his father left, loudly slamming the door, which his mother has never forgiven him. Yes, Dad's temper was too difficult, but Mom wasn't exactly easygoing either. "So, Carlo," Evan said, filling small glasses with cognac. "Let's not drink too much, it's a lot of strain on the heart." "Come on," replied his colleague and former subordinate. "Once a week is fine." "Carlo, you're upsetting me," Evan said, deliberately serious. Cognac can be consumed only in small doses, savoring the noble drink, and monitor your blood pressure and liver function. It sounds like a toast. Carlo smiled and sipped from his glass. On the occasion of the transfer, Evan unsealed a bottle of rare and expensive cognac, which was given to him by a grateful patient. "I envy you," Evan sighed. "You have everything, and a wife, and a son, and a daughter. And most importantly, no ambition. You don't want to be the head of the department or the deputy chief physician. What's your secret?" "It's simple, Evan," Carlo answered. "Think about yourself. Think about yourself. Well, you'll make indicators to the ministry. You'll get the work done. You'll reduce the death rate." "You can do it, Evan. I don't doubt it for a second. What's in it for you? You're just gonna hand your skills over to these frames. Your last name, your genes?" Carlo pointed to a wall hung with certificates of appreciation and diplomas. Certificates from the many courses Evan had attended crowded around it. If they were to be believed, there was simply no field in cardiology that didn't lend itself to a talented physician. "You're wrong," Evan said, filling his glasses. "I'm not doing all this for the ministry. I'm doing it for me. I'll get my dissertation and then I'll live. I'll get married." "I don't believe it." Carlo shook his head. "Why do you need a wife? You know how to do everything yourself. I think you could take out an appendix yourself, like the polar explorers, and without anesthesia." "Well, you're overdoing it here," waved his hand. "I'll have kids. I'll have kids. You need to choose a wife from pediatrics or nurses." They sat for 2 more hours, remembering cases from their rich medical practice. 3 years flew by like a day. Evan didn't stay anywhere for long, because moving around was easy for him. If you don't have a home or family, it's easy to move. It's all about moving up and moving forward. The main thing he had learned from his father was to hold back against his will. There were so many times in his life when he wanted to say what he thought about the other person. To humiliate, to hurt, to ironize. But medicine teaches you to spare other people's feelings, reminding you every day that you don't last forever. Evan gave himself exactly 1 day for handoffs and packing. That should be enough time to carefully pack his certificates and commendations in one box and his things in another. The departure from the physical shell took longer. Lying on the cold ground, the free artist continued to feel the breath of the wind, and a bug bit his finger painfully. But the old man did not move and stubbornly waited for the transition to a new dimension, which he had been waiting for so long. As soon as the last of his strength left Oliver, an angel flew down to him. "Look, it's him. Walker," a girl's voice called out. "It's him." Oliver opened his eyes wide. No, it wasn't an angel, it was a girl. There was a boy with her, too, who was not quite as expressive. They were walking together in a strange city, as adventurers should. And judging by the fact that he had never seen this couple on the streets before, they were newcomers. Yes, the color and identity seekers sometimes wandered into their town. "Help," Oliver asked. "Help me sit down." "Are you really Walker?" The girl wouldn't stop. "I did a term paper on your painting." "Really?" nodded the artist. The guys sat him down and leaned him against the wall. "Drink." The girl obligingly held out a bottle of water, but Oliver shook his head negatively and pointed to the hand of the guy who was sipping a beer. "When you come to a foreign city, everything tastes better here, even this vulgar drink." The young man thought for a moment, but gave the bottle to the old man. He literally sucked on the neck and poured every last drop into himself. "Oliver, are you sick?" the girl asked. It turns out that not just rare tourists, but those who are interested in art, have wandered into their city, and in the nameless homeless man lying near the picturesque street, recognized the artist. "Should I call a doctor?" "No, no, my soul," Oliver replied. He was pleased to be known and remembered. "Lying here in the shadow of the street, I've been gauging perspective. I was looking for inspiration for my new paintings. You see," said the young man, addressing the angelic girl who couldn't get past Walker himself. "I told you, it's just a bum lying around. And you, bad for the artist, bad for the artist." "Peter, what are you?" the girl hissed at him. "You're embarrassing me." "Do not pay attention, it's just a joke." These words were already addressed to a new acquaintance, which she had previously seen only on the pages of a rare catalogue of paintings. "It's nothing. Artists quickly get used to criticism," Oliver said, although Peter's words hurt him. "How did you recognize me, my soul?" "There is only one famous artist in this city," shrugged the girl. "Besides, I remembered that ring on my index finger right away." Oliver looked at his hand. Indeed, his talisman, his trademark, had accompanied him throughout his career, both during his rapid rise and during his endless fall. The red stone looked like a sapphire caught in the clutches of course," answered the artist without a shadow of embarrassment. "A complete exclusive, the rise and fall of Oliver Walker. Interested?" The naked eye could see that the guy did not like the idea very much, but he'd come from far away, come at random. so he was ready for adventure at heart. Peter had no idea why this bum in dirty clothes his girlfriend called an artist, but in order not to quarrel, he was ready to tolerate the society of a strange man, especially since he looked harmless. Oh, that deceptive appearance. "We could use a guide," he said peacefully, "and don't worry about a glass of wine. We can let you have a bottle." "Really, Leslie?" "I don't think artists drink," said the angelic-looking girl. "Isn't that right, Mr. Walker?" "It's true, Leslie," Oliver nodded. "I hate those alcoholic liquids. I have to take them solely to induce inspiration in my soul and to make peace with the imperfections of the world around me." Things are neatly folded and organized in drawers. Letters of gratitude and certificates disappeared from the walls as if they didn't exist at all. The former head physician looked absent-mindedly at the inventory and understood nothing at all. In fact, he contemplated the figures only to avoid giving the impression of an incompetent person. "The paperwork seems to be fine," Andrew stretched out. "Are you leaving already?" Christopher, the author and executor of the inventory, asked obligingly. Even a dozen Ingalls would not be enough to uncover all his machinations. Not even coffee. "No, thank you," replied the former chief physician, "and we will not convene the staff. Now we'll sign the documents, and that's it." The deputy chief physician was really upset. How will he live without this nice and completely talentless head? How will he pull off scams and receive public and invisible support? Now the former chief physician refused the farewell banquet, although he had every right to do so. He's understandable. "Why were you fired?" Christopher asked in an innocent voice. He knew the reason, of course. "Oh, Christopher, it's like in a marriage," Andrew replied seriously. "It's a bad temper." "But not with his wife." "Oh, Christopher," said the former head doctor. The words of the deputy, that he is now a nobody, somewhat hurt. But by and large, they were fair. "I think I'll rest for a while. You know, running an institution like this is hard work. Anything else you need me to sign?" Christopher was thinking about how wonderful it would be to run a hospital. There's still a lot of areas where a good businessman hasn't stepped foot. But there was one small barrier between him and being head of the hospital. Small but insurmountable, at least at this stage of Christopher's career. The tour of the city was a kilometre-long route from the hospital to Morbulus's cafe. And what else could Oliver show these young, uneducated tourists? Referring to the fact that they were going to have a long walk, the free artist offered to refresh themselves, but not to drink alcohol under any circumstances. Supposedly, it makes tourism lose its elitism. The cafe, Morbulus's, was located in the basement of an old building. There was a terrific atmosphere, for which the place was loved by both locals and guests. The good weather only enhanced the feeling of a wonderful mood. Nearby was a charming fountain with a boy and a goose, another attraction. "Can't we even have a glass of beer?" Peter asked in surprise. "Absolutely not," Oliver objected eagerly. "Although the Morbulus has its own brewery, that's no reason to confuse alcoholism with tourism." "Is it real?" Leslie asked incredulously. "Or do they just dilute the concentrate and refrigerate it?" "It's the real thing," said the artist. "I dedicated a cityscape to this marvelous equipment. Would you like to check?" Oliver suggested a seat on the terrace. The weather was glorious, and he hoped that his dirty clothes would not give off an unpleasant odor here and spoil the mood of his unexpected sponsors. They took the large table the artist had pointed out to them. He himself positioned himself so that the waiter would not notice him until the last. When Mickey, the cafe worker, approached, he immediately put his hands to his sides. "You got your listeners again?" he asked, looking at Oliver. "What do you think you're doing, young man?" The artist was indignant. "My new companions have traveled a long way to enjoy the beauty of this city. I demand that their order be fulfilled as a matter of priority." "Who's paying?" Mickey asked unceremoniously. "We are paying," replied Peter with a smile. He must have misunderstood the waiter's aggression and thought it was some kind of elaborate game. Mr. Walker said that they serve excellent beer here. We'd like to try the freshest. Yes, bring 3 glasses of dark and 3 of light, Leslie asked. Oh wait, you'll drink to meeting us too, won't you, Oliver? Well, the artist drummed his fingers on the table. Only if you insist. But then I'd ask for more wings. These wings are great. So the waiter summarized. 3 glasses of light, 3 glasses of dark and wings. 3 servings, Peter said. We can put down a deposit. That won't be necessary, Mickey smiled. Right away. I hope you know what you're doing, young people. Oliver really found an appreciative audience. A boy and a girl listened to his stories about how masterpieces were created. Anticipating a brilliant drink, he immediately became a goldsmith. The planning horizon of a beggar is narrowed down to one day, and if the future in this perspective is rosy, then you can relax. The day dissolved imperceptibly in the rays of sunset, and beer as smoothly passed into fortified wine. The tourists were quite tipsy, but the free artist could not boast of sobriety either. At such moments, he forgot that he had long ago lost his studio, lost his brushes and paints, and slipped to the bottom of life. He was awakening in him the very artist who, thanks to the efforts of unknown authors, got into the anthologies of creativity. So when are we going? Leslie asked. To see the city? I could use a stretch. You didn't stretch enough, my soul. The artist asked me sympathetically. Waiter. No, I'd had enough alcohol. The girl waved her hands. I'm not even sure I can go. The incomparable Leslie. The hop unleashed Oliver not only his tongue, but also his sinful thoughts. Have you ever done any modeling? No, smiled the girl. Why, am I suitable? Of course, the artist said eagerly. You can write anything, even an angel or a femme fatale. There are such universal types that... And Oliver went into a long story about how many models he'd had in his life. Leslie's cheeks reddened from the savory details, and Peter's fists grew leaden. He watched with anger as the low-down bum picked on his girlfriend right in front of his eyes, and she didn't seem to mind the attention. Listen, Mr. Nemtsov. Finally, Peter said. Walker, corrected the artist and smiled disgustedly. Never mind. I think you've had enough to drink, and we've had enough of your drunken company. And you're not a very good guide either. The guy's diction, despite the amount of alcohol he drank, was clear. He only began to pull the vowels, as if he was trying to speak in a chant. The fact that the artist was intoxicated was evident only by his sly eyes and increasingly swaggering behavior. So, listen to me, said Oliver, finishing his 3rd bottle of fortified wine. You're a good-looking, handsome man, but you don't even know how to live. Me? Peter asked again. He had had less to drink, but he had not had much experience in this business either. And this old man, who was only trying to humiliate him, was getting on his nerves. Do you think that if Leslie had a choice, she would be with you? A man stupid and uncreative, would she have been with you? No, she'd leave. She'd go to an artist for emotion, for feeling. To someone who could give her not a new phone, but a storm of unrivaled feelings, immortalize her beauty on canvases, and that was the last straw. While Oliver continued his denunciation, the young man stood up, grabbed the artist, and threw him into the fountain with the chair. In flight, the artist experienced a feeling of lightness and longing. It was as if it was happening not to him, but to another person, and not in reality, but in a dream. After the splash of water on the terrace, there was a sepulchral silence. It was broken by Mickey's applause. Brilliant, said the waiter. The establishment will gladly give you a discount of 20% off the final check. It seemed to Paul that Oliver had gone to the bottom and was not coming out. Several customers ran up to the fountain to help the unfortunate man. Leslie seemed ready to fall through the ground from shame and embarrassment. Evan looked around the office to see if he'd forgotten anything important. It looked like he'd taken everything. Thanks to this madhouse, let's go to another one. For several years, He had been working as the head of the cardiology department, angry at someone, hoping for something, and now he was going to conquer a new peak. Evan was sure that one day he would be able to change the medical system so that it would turn to the patient, and along with the bureaucratic grin, it showed a nice, neat smile. "So that's how we're leaving," he heard a familiar voice behind him. "So we're saying goodbye, huh? Well, it's not like I'm a patient. I don't necessarily need to be treated humanely or humanized." Evan turned around. Victoria stood on the doorstep, the most talented nurse of the department, and also his favorite. She was an incredibly beautiful girl, with a chiseled figure and a charming face, but a sharp tongue. For the past 2 years, they only pretended not to meet and do not love each other. Rumors about their relationship circulated in the hospital, but Young and Happy denied them. "We're not saying goodbye," Evan smiled. "Am I moving to another planet? I'll be 100 kilometers away from you. Do you know how often we'll see each other? Once a month, at least." Victoria chuckled to make another barb, but suddenly cried. Cardiologist inwardly was ready for any claims, jealousy, shouting, but not for tears. This female weapon instantly forced him to declare surrender. And now he, initially ready to clarify relations, suddenly softened instantly. And he began to think how to calm the favorite, and at the same time to explain to her that the final separation is not in his plans. "Victoria, come on," he said. "I wanted to leave without saying goodbye." "You're a fool, Evan," replied the girl. "You're a PhD in English, but you're a fool. To league in English, you have to be an Englishman, and you, my cosmopolitan, can leave only foolishly." Vuka had recently turned 25, and all the nurses she had started working with after college had either gone off to study to be doctors or had jumped out and gotten married and gone on maternity leave. But who were they getting? Drivers, laborers, managers at most. Victoria wanted a prince. The only one available was Evan, who was more like a king in exile, an eternal wanderer, prevented from ascending to the throne by his enemies. "Victoria, come on," the cardiologist said again. "You and I are not saying goodbye. I believe in long-distance relationships." "Really?" asked the girl, "and I do not believe. Do you know how many proposals I've had? Marriage?" Evan was surprised. "I thought we were dating." "You're a fool, Evan," shouted the nurse. "Job offers. I'd had all kinds of job offers. Head nurse, private clinic. You're the only reason I've stuck around. I'm waiting for you to make me happy." Evan had to admit that she was right. It was high time for him to settle down, to have a family and children. They managed to hide their relationship even from their friend Grishka. That, by the way, is not very upset about the departure of a comrade. After all, not somewhere there is going, and on the promotion. "I'm sorry, Victoria," Evan exhaled. "I guess I'm just not ready. I'm just not ready yet, that's all." "For what?" "Well, for my family," the cardiologist replied. "If my kid gets sick, and you know what I'm like, I'll call a concilium. We'll discuss all the staff snot or, God forbid, upset stomach." "Silly, silly Evan," Victoria said, but in a calm voice. She took her man's hand. "We just have to try to do things the way people do." "How?" Evan asked. "I asked you to keep our relationship private so you wouldn't get strangled here. Do you know how hard it is for a husband and wife to be in the same team?" "I could handle that," Victoria replied defiantly. "Or haven't you seen how strong I am? I mean something else. You could have introduced me to your parents, rented an apartment together. You know, in the dormitory, there are no romantic meetings. Are you really that desperate for money for me?" Evan felt embarrassed. Even though he held a respectable position, he still lived in the dormitory as a lab technician. Except that they gave him a separate room, but the doctor did nothing to make it cozy. He didn't even hang a curtain on the window. Victoria lived a floor above, and she had to master the wonders of spy science so that no one would see their meeting. and he didn't provide her with any romance. If he gave her flowers, it was once a year, not more often. He never took her to the sea. True, always helped financially, but money is just a piece of paper, not feelings. It became a discovery for him that his Vicky, whom he shamelessly used for the last 2 years, also has a soul, and he seemed to have spit in that soul. Introduce her to his parents, Evan sighed, trying to change the subject and push the unpleasant feelings away. Alas, that's impossible. My parents, you know. And the cardiologist made a vague gesture, which could be interpreted in 2 ways if desired. Either absent in principle, or flew to another planet. Evan was ready to support any version, as long as he didn't tell the truth. But you have parents, Victoria shouted impatiently. I saw the lens. And they live in the same city where you go to work. You expect me to believe in such coincidences? Did you look at my documents? The cardiologist asked. Of course, replied the nurse. I need to know if you're divorced, if you pay alimony. Oh, come on. You understand. My parents are. How can I put it delicately? Well, you're not gonna like it. You got a woman in there. Victoria hissed angrily. Maybe your true love is out there waiting for you. And I'm just a substitute brigade for an urgent need. No, what are you? Said the doctor. Victoria, I realize how I look from the outside. And I realize I'm being a pig too. But you and I are adults. Can't we just? Evan, stop it. The nurse interrupted him, impatient. I believe you, but let's make a deal. If you're leaving for good. And don't call me, and don't write, and don't ask for anything. I'll never give you anything else, not one cell of my body. And I swear I'll marry the first tractor driver or combined harvester I see, whoever calls. Evan sighed. Victoria was really good for him. She not only knew her worth, she had it. And he treated her wrong, looked down on her. He used her love like he was taking raisins out of a bun. Everything tasty in his mouth and the rest on the floor. That's not right. But why didn't you think of that before? Victoria, he asked, give me a week. How about this? 1 week from now, and everything will come to a head. Either I propose to you, or we go our separate ways. Okay? The girl was silent, wondering what to say. There was a whole range of feelings on her face. She must have been trying to understand why she was wasting her time with this good but indecisive man. So, while the operation is going on and seconds count, he can make the right decision quickly. But if the question is about his personal life, he needs weeks, months, years. The answer to the indecisive suitor was forming in her mouth. You know what, Evan? The flight into the fountain was unpleasant, but it was sobering. The cold fall air was invigorating. Oliver thought that he'd really behaved inappropriately. But that thought existed in his head, without any remorse or desire to make amends. It was already done, so why worry about it? Thank you, he said to Peter, who approached the bum. Indeed, my closet should have been washed a long time ago. If you come near my girlfriend again, you hear me? Threatened the guy. I'll have you. Come on, Peter, come on. Leslie ran up to him. Oliver, I'm so embarrassed. It's okay, I deserve it. The artist smiled. He again wanted to make an offer to work for him as a model, but changed his mind, looking at the young competitor. Very, very glad to meet you. Young people, come to our city again. A murmur reigned in the cafe. The second waiter put a tray with 2 bottles of wine and rushed somewhere inside into the bottles. He was probably going to call Thomas to have Oliver detained and brought to the station, but such a prospect was not in the plans of the free artist. He thought that any situation, even the most unenviable, could be capitalized on. Besides, Oliver had a more pressing problem. He needed to dry his clothes before night fell. Of course, it wasn't as cold as December or January, but catching pneumonia was a real possibility. Fortunately, He already had a plan of action for such an eventuality. Getting out of the fountain, he slowly strolled away, and while the attention of all the visitors was drawn to the young hero who had sent him into the swim, Oliver nimbly stole 2 bottles of fortified wine left by the waiter and hid them in his coat. He walked out of the cafe with a victorious gait, waving goodbye to the woman at the table. Oliver moved a safe distance away, fearing not so much exposure as freezing. A plan to escape a cold death had already matured in his mind. Across the street from the cafe was a park that had recently been landscaped. They had put benches, gazebos, playgrounds for children, and most importantly, braziers where you could build a fire and use it to dry things. Oliver was lucky. Someone had recently roasted meat and left warm coals. The artist threw some brushwood he had gathered nearby and began to fan the flames. There was something philosophical in it, something eternal. It is true what they say, you can look at the fire endlessly. When the branches were burning, he put a couple of logs to them, as if they had been left there for him. When he was warm enough, Oliver found a large bough, pressed it into the ground, and hung up his coat to dry. He put his boots and socks on the edge of the brazier, away from the flames. He buried his feet in the sand mixed with ashes and sat down on a log. So he spent 2 hours warming himself by the flame and sipping wine from a bottle. The blissful warmth spread both outside and inside his body. Soon all problems began to recede to the periphery of his consciousness. Also, a great idea popped into his head. Who said he couldn't go to the hospital? When it gets dark, he'll climb in through the window. He'll pick any room, lie down in an empty bed and tell the patients. Do they have every single person in there accounted for? When it was finally dark and Oliver was dead drunk, he began his difficult journey to the medical center. It was not only the darkness, which was at least diluted by the streetlights, but also the native soil. It was trying to jump up and hit him in the face. He had to put his hands out so as not to scratch his nose. Finally, the hospital buildings appeared. The free artist, although he did not consider himself an old man, was no longer suitable for acrobatic feats. Conquering the fence seemed to him like climbing a mountain peak. He urgently needed an open window to get inside. Even the second floor was an insurmountable obstacle. But he was lucky. Someone had left a window open in the hospital annex, right near the main entrance, just where the guard and some other character had taken him today. It was at this point that the elevation went down, so it was possible to get to the open window without too much labor. The free artist was jubilant once inside. In the pitch darkness, he felt how drunk he was. There was a sepulchral silence in the ward. The patients were barely breathing, and Oliver sneaked around so as not to wake them. In the darkness, he felt the bed and groped for it. It was small, narrow, and the bureaucrats were saving money on everything. There was no blanket, and the pillow was small and ridiculous. This one was definitely unoccupied. Oliver crawled onto the crib, covered himself with a sheet, and fell into a dead sleep. It was comfortable, soft, warm, and peaceful. For some reason, the bed had soft sides, but the intoxicated mind of the free artist did not pay any attention to it. The arrival of the artist did not wake anyone, although he was making a lot of noise. I wonder why. Helga couldn't help herself from the happy news. Her son was returning to the city. Not just anyone, but the head doctor of the local hospital. She couldn't believe her happiness, that such a negligent father could have such a wonderful offspring. Ivan didn't spoil her with visits, but he didn't disappoint her with calls. Yesterday, he called and said, as if nothing had happened, "I'm coming home as a chief physician," that he would write a dissertation, and in general is going to reach for the stars. Helga was over the moon. She would have to bring home her old fool, and then life's journey could be considered a success. Of course, she could quite easily spend the rest of her days alone. But she felt it was her son, not her, who needed the reunion now. I could see why Evan had a grudge against her. That she could not keep Oliver, did not want to put up with his lifestyle and harsh words. And even though the artist had left her 10 years ago, she still worried about him. Worried. After all, 2 children on their feet. Where can I find him, that bastard? Vans, do you copy? Helga called a man who's got Oliver on his cell phone. I hear you, he answered. His voice was deliberately gruff, but Vance was a good man. A good man. Did you recognize him? The woman asked. Of course I recognized him, said the man. What? Are you calling to wish me happy birthday, friend? It was already in August, but better late than never. Oh, sorry, Vance, said Helga. That's not why I'm calling. Listen, I'm looking for my Oliver. Have you seen him? Of course I have. Vance's voice suddenly became rougher. He came by my place the other day, you bum. He told me he loved me, but his words, old girl, are not worth the air they're thrown into. I take it you didn't accept him. You didn't believe his words. No, the person I'm talking to answered. Listen, I work hard. My eyes can't see anything anymore. I can barely hold this brush. And him. Sleeping in ditches, drinking bitter in buckets like a cucumber. He walked 5 kilometers to me without even panting. Does he look good? Helga asked. She knew the answer to that question. With Oliver's health, even street life couldn't do him much harm. Excellent. Vance confirmed her guess. Listen, I got a call from a fellow from Morculus. He was relaxing there on the terrace. He saw such a thing. Helga thought for a moment, what are we talking about? And then she remembered the very place where she had tried her first cocktails when she was very young. Is this place still in demand among the public? Oh, it's a cafe? The woman was surprised. Wow, are they still in business? Of course, replied Vance. And you do not go out of the house at all? Oh, I go out, Vance. I go out. So what happened there in this cafe that... Oh, that's right. This dummy of ours found some kids, kissed them off, and one of them almost drowned him in the fountain. He held him underwater for 3 minutes. Can you believe it? Everything bubbled up. They wanted to call the police, but he got away unharmed. Helga waved her hand. Vance always liked to embellish. Tell you what, Vance, if you see mine, tell him I was looking for him. I don't feel well. I'm going to die. Just say so. What, old woman, is it true? Asked the interlocutor. You do not dare be that, do you understand? I'll think about it. Helga replied and hung up. Every change for the worse, Christopher thought, sitting in his cozy office. The leather armchair perfectly fit his generally slender figure. In the corner stood an expensive electric kettle with a built-in filter, coffee maker, humidifier, and other gifts from grateful contractors. If he suddenly wanted to rest, you can lie on the leather sofa, another surprise he received after the renovation of the entryway. But there's no time to rest for Christopher. On the door is a proud, gold-embossed plaque. Deputy Chief Physician for Housekeeping. It's a work of art. The printing is even. And there's not a blemish or dot on the surface. The most beautiful plaque in the country. Christopher was sure that even the Minister of Health himself had a worse seal. He made himself, and at the same time renovated the hospital, the buildings, and the surrounding area. Alas, the available space for repair and improvement in the hospital was running out. The money was running out, and Christopher still had to renew his car and send his son to language courses abroad. He'd have to make do. When he was appointed Deputy Chief Physician, the detractors laughed. Christopher doesn't even have a medical degree. You're not a doctor. Said one of his enemies, you're the storekeeper. Who gave you the right to be called Deputy Chief Physician? Christopher reacted coldly to such attacks, answering with restraint. With his detractors, he gradually sorted out, because the head cooks always have long and clean hands. Indeed, is it a joke that a man who is not directly related to medicine became Deputy Chief Physician? Christopher would answer this question in blocks. First, you have to convince everyone of your indispensability. Secondly, at all levels to create confidence that without the position of deputy chief physician in the hospital, cannot do without. Thirdly, to hold on to the position tenaciously from the last strength, and then all personnel storms will pass by. The previous chief physician took little interest in the affairs of the hospital, preferring to sit in his own office. For the last year, he had not been involved in any matters at all, leaving everything to his deputies. But Christopher was always in the thick of things, making the most of them. Like today, for instance, he saw that homeless man and brilliantly impersonated a doctor to get rid of him. He acted in such a way that not a single coin in the whole hospital and in the neighborhood could not fall silently for the deputy chief physician on the economic part. His special pride was the ritual store. Christopher rented out the premises on which it had grown up for an incredible profit. Not for the hospital, of course, but for himself. The paperwork said it was supposed to be something else. What it was, he couldn't remember. Every day, inconsolable relatives came to the funeral store to say goodbye. The trade in wreaths, lamps, ribbons, and crosses flourished. Of course, the view of the memorial paraphernalia from the main entrance to the hospital was not always to the liking of patients and visitors, especially when a hearse was parked in the parking lot. But to the disgruntled, Christopher always responded philosophically. "Memento mori," said the deputy chief physician. "Remember death. We all came out of the ashes, and it's only a matter of time before we return to the ashes." Speaking of ashes, he managed to get the hospital to buy the most expensive urns in the country. Unfortunately, there was a flaw. The waste garbage cans were too sturdy and had not been written off for 4 years. It was impossible to break them. He used to renew them every year or even more often. Christopher didn't rule out the possibility that he might have to sabotage the incredibly sturdy garbage cans and buy new ones. Everything was going fine before, but now there was a new challenge. A young, very green head doctor of only 35 years old is sent to the hospital, and what Christopher had heard about him did not inspire optimism. A fanatical, totally dedicated doctor. Most likely, he would not tolerate any kind of machinations and violations. On the contrary, he would stick his long nose into Christopher's finances, or, God forbid, force him to share. The day before, on Thursday, the deputy chief physician came to one of the medical buildings, where repair work was in full swing. According to the documents, they should have been finished 2 months ago. But the builders, who were hired by a clever contractor, were working very slowly. And after all, the certificates of completed work were signed long ago. The money was transferred. The previous head doctor did not get into such issues, but it is unlikely that his successor will be as malleable. "Move it, you bastards!" Christopher shouted, watching the workers. "Move, or I'll leave you penniless." But the foreman's words had no effect whatsoever. Finishers lazily wandered around the room and worked at a snail's pace. It was the kind of hopelessness and doom that slaves in ancient Rome must have worked with. Alas, Christopher was not a patrician, and therefore could not influence the slave laborers with the methods he had in mind. The chamberlain tried to calm down and pull himself together. In principle, if you work day and night, tirelessly, then by Monday it is quite realistic to finish. On Friday, the new head physician, most likely, will not delve so deeply into the affairs of the hospital. Besides, he had prepared a great program for him. Restaurant, billiards, sauna. "Come on, come on," Christopher shouted, dialing the contractor. The phone was unavailable. "Why are you shouting, father?" The builder, who smelled of wine, asked him. "There's no need to yell at us. We are experienced people." A smart man said, "If you do badly and quickly, the speed will be forgotten, but the quality will be remembered. And good deeds, as usual, are not done quickly." "Can you do a good job?" Christopher challenged. "You just do it for me, no matter how." "It's better to take your time with bad things, too, father, or what happens? If you do bad things, that'll be accepted late. That's what I'm telling you. No, I couldn't argue with those bastards. Very glad to meet you, the man said. My name is Christopher, and I'm your first deputy. Let's talk like this, simply. Evan Christopher, no barriers, no limits. Just keep it simple, keep it right. What do you say? Something about this man seemed familiar to Evan. The voice, I think, and the sweater. Where had he seen him before? Maybe at a reception. Right, this is the same guy from the video he saw this morning. Not a lot of views, of course, but still. The chief medical director pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. The link was saved. Hello, Christopher, Evan said. I'm the new chief physician. I wonder where I've seen you before. And then I answered on the internet. Look, aren't you in this video? He turned on his phone and showed it to his deputy. But he wasn't embarrassed for a second. Putting the same trademark smile on his face, he said without hesitation, You see how well we're doing. We cured him. Cured who? The head doctor was surprised. You know who, the patient. Here. Did not go a little bit to the emergency room, so we moved. Do not pay attention, do not worry. Do you know what happened to him? Evan asked. Of course, Christopher replied. He's fine. We carried him a little bit. He got up and walked away. What's this man's name? So I can verify the information. Noma's Oliver. The deputy started tapping his fingers thoughtfully. Nemtsov. Walker. Evan, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Oliver woke up with a terrible headache. It was like his life energy had been drained out of him and his body was filled with lead. He couldn't move. And most importantly, he couldn't understand where he was or how he had gotten here. The free artist was lying on his side in a semi-dark room. Everything in front of his eyes was red, as if a tasteless curtain had been thrown in front of him. Only his left arm moved faintly, the rest of his body stiff from the forced pose. Yesterday came back in fragments that appeared before his mind's eye, as if in a kaleidoscope. Here he was being kicked out by Vance. Here he asks to be put in the hospital. Then, as in the good old days, he drinks at Morbilus's and bathes in the fountain. And he seems to be going to the public garden. How did he end up here? When he heard voices, Oliver hurried to cover himself with a sheet. He rolled over onto his back, closed his eyes, and held his breath. You can't do that. The first voice spoke loudly. You can't do that. Look, if it's about this bum, and God with him, who cares about him? Me, I'm interested, answered the first one. You are ex officio deputy chief physician. Yes, ex officio, said the second voice. But in fact, I have a technical degree. Technical. And I'm telling you, you can't do that. The man shouted in a rage. You can't sell funeral paraphernalia outside the main building of the hospital. For God's sake. A second voice contradicted him. That's a lot of money. We should have opened a canteen here, objected the first voice. A pharmacy, anything. But not a ritual store. By the way, where did you get the keys? Christopher blurted out. First, the new head doctor showed him a creepy video of him and a guard dragging Oliver. And then he gave him a hard time about the funeral parlor. And the workdate hadn't even officially started yet. But then Christopher went crazy and opened the door to the store with his own key. What are we gonna do? We have to find a way out of this. Why shouldn't I have a key? I asked him in a subservient manner. I'm the storekeeper. I go around checking things out. What if there's something wrong? What if you get caught short? Evan countered. The hospital would have to pay for it. You're the hired help. The previous day came back to Oliver's mind. The keywords: hospital, doctor, ritual hall. How he, sneaking around in the dark, had decided to get into the room. Where he wondered, had he gotten to? Evan, let's not get facetious, Christopher said. Yes, the funeral parlor is not a pleasant sight for some of the more impressionable people. But look at the order inside. What cleanliness! The head doctor had a different opinion. He could smell a subtle but unpleasant odor, which is something people might give off if they're, wait, really? See how neat it is here. Christopher kept pushing. Wreaths to one side, ribbons in another, crosses in a third, coffins. Yeah, let's talk about coffins, Evan agreed. Does this coffin personally? Doesn't raise any questions. Lying under the sheet, Oliver began to shiver. The voices grew louder and the footsteps closer. He thought about taking off his veil, jumping up and running away. But his stiff body would hardly approve of such a dynamic. Can you see? Evan asked. Oh, for crying out loud, there's a dead body in here. It's in the coffin, not in the refrigerator. Christopher's eyes widened. Indeed, in one of the coffins, under the sheet, the outline of a man was clearly visible. The only nuance was that the arms lay unnaturally on his chest, as if they had been placed carelessly. Overcome with fear, Christopher lowered the sheet. His eyes darkened. In the coffin lay the homeless man they had carried around the corner of the hospital yesterday. Good God, the deputy whispered, crossing himself. God forgive me, God forgive me, God forgive me. Father! Evan shouted, running up to the coffin. Father! Christopher sobbed. He felt sorry for everyone. The poor bum whose heart attack yesterday he'd mistaken for a talent act. The new head doctor, who was starting work with such a tragic incident, but most of all himself, because it is he, Christopher, who will be held responsible for what happened, and it looks like it's going to be more than just a dismissal. Investigators from the capital will come here. They will dig, and they will find every penny that leaked past the state treasury. Ahem. Suddenly the corpse coughed and opened his eyes. Oh, Evan, it's been years. Did you forget about your file? In the ensuing silence, a noise was heard as the Deputy Chief Physician for Economic Affairs collapsed to the floor. Evan slapped Christopher's cheeks, trying to bring him to his senses. The Deputy Chief opened his eyes. It's a good thing there's carpeting everywhere, he whispered. I'd have gotten hurt. The homeless guy was waddling around, warming up. How could he be Evan's father? Well, life happens, Christopher thought. Sometimes the most disgusting parents have great kids. But more often than not, it's the other way around. Are you awake? The doctor in charge asked. I want a written explanation. Today. With these words, Evan headed for the exit. He had a hard job ahead of him. If he was met with such a mess at the entrance to the hospital, what would happen next? He had not yet touched the medication, the quality of the treatment, and other aspects that made up the success of the treatment. Evan walked with a steady stride, followed by Christopher, who had come to his senses. Oliver, exhausted from last night's drunkenness, was trailing behind him. He was thirsty, and he was leaning against the faucet of the cooler in the ritual stall, behind his son. The Deputy Chief Physician was in such a hurry that he'd forgotten to lock the door. Evan, shouted Christopher as they passed through the lobby of the main building. I can explain everything, I swear. I don't doubt it for a second, the head doctor replied. Both explain and answer. People began to stare at them. Evan felt awkward, realizing that his new staff was getting to know him here and now in a less than ideal environment. But he was not going to change his mind. Dear colleagues, he addressed those who were looking at him and Christopher. I'm sorry we're meeting in such a difficult environment, but we don't have time to dawdle. We have a lot of work to do. Let's get to work. The little speech seemed to make a good impression on the staff. Evan caught a few appreciative glances and smiles and nodded to each one, then froze in indecision, wondering what to do next. Heaven, for a word, a familiar voice sounded behind the newly minted head doctor's back. Victoria, said Evan, turning around. You're the last thing I needed. Evan, I'm not waiting, the girl replied. You'll give me a few minutes right now, or I'll leave you forever. Christopher rubbed his hands together. This was his salvation. Now, according to the situation, he would either organize a private meeting between them or... No, the chief was definitely not going to kick her out. Zaphos decided to take full control of the situation. Yes, don't kick the girl out. He said, come on, I'll show you your new office. You can talk to me. Here, look. This is Frank, our senior security guard. Frank, stay awake. He ran briskly up to the second floor of the main building, taking wide strides. He occasionally looked over his shoulder and made a hand gesture that said, catch up, catch up, catch up. Evan sighed and followed, taking Victoria under his elbow. Victoria, it's nothing personal, the chief said. It's all gone to shit here. That's fine, the nurse smiled. It's about time we got things in order, and I know how. As he passed the guard, Evan beckoned to him. Frank, a word. Oliver couldn't believe his eyes and ears for a long time. This was how his son had grown, not only in height, but also professionally. He's an entire head doctor. Now, probably, it will be possible to go to the hospital as a free hotel and canteen. Now, no one will dare to kick him out on the street and talk to him disrespectfully. And the guard, he can even pull his ears, and nothing will happen to him for this. True, when the free artist was distracted, just for a second. This nimble little man took his son away under his arm with some girl. No problem. We just need to find his office. He is the head doctor. Let the registrar try to stop him. She's the worst for it. Good jobs are hard to find in the city these days. I've done a lot for him, Oliver reasoned aloud. First of all, I brought him into the world. Secondly, I gave him a wonderful dog when he was 3. My wife didn't want him to have one, but who asked her? When my son was 6, I painted a portrait. What else did I do for him? I gave him a name, patronymic, and surname, of course. It wasn't much, but in Oliver's mind, he considered any indulgence to any man to be the highest gratitude on his part. So he was convinced that Evan would not refuse him help. Especially since it was winter and there was nowhere to go. He could go to breakfast in the morning and then to the city, to his favorite pubs and friends, and let them try to keep him out. Freeze. Oliver was brought out of his thoughts by a guard. He literally blocked the road, and the homeless man collided with him with all his might. That's when the power of his opponent was revealed. The guard didn't even stagger, but the artist collapsed to the ground. Hey, big guy, Oliver snapped at him. Get out of the way. This is a secure facility, the guard smiled. You can't come in and out of here as you please. Yes, you can, replied the artist. If your son is the head doctor. Who's that, Evan? The guard asked incredulously. That's your idea. That's a cross. Oliver said with heat. My dear son, it's been 10 years. Evan was under strict orders not to let you in, the guard explained. But I wouldn't have let you in anyway. Get out of here, or I'll call Thomas. To tell you the truth, I should have done that yesterday. No, the guard is definitely lying. There's no way his son, his own flesh and blood, would order his own father off the premises. The officer was definitely cheating. But how do we outsmart this lump? We must get inside by all means and talk to my son face to face. Okay, Oliver smiled. I'll do it. Can I use the restroom? To the bathroom? The guard asked and scratched his head. There were no orders from the chief physician, and to refuse such a request to a beggar is not Christian. Come on, I'll walk you out. As they passed the staircase, Oliver, with an unprecedented impetuosity for his age, suddenly darted away and ran upstairs. The guard shouted after him, but he couldn't move at the same speed. He could not move at the same speed. Here's your office, Chief, Christopher said. Simple but tasteful. In need of repair, of course. The office really didn't make the best impression. A shabby desk, a chair with a broken lift mechanism, a sofa on 3 legs. The walls were peeling and the doorknob was wobbly. Nothing in the world is random though. Christopher had deliberately chosen this particular office so that the new head of the department would ask him to tidy it up. The deputy would demonstrate his own indispensability and efficiency. Good, Evan said. He was unimpressed by this environment. Leave us alone. What about? Christopher began to wail. He was waiting for instructions to clean up the office. All right, go, Evan demanded. We'll deal with you later. The deputy walked out the door, puzzled. Say how messy it is, Evan said. What I have to work with here? You won't believe what happened. Evan, I've been thinking, Victoria said with a touch of solemnity. Marry me. With these words, she got down on one knee, took a box out of her pocket and opened it. Inside were a pair of charming cufflinks. Victoria, get up immediately. The head doctor demanded. What kind of joke is this? What kind of jokes? The girl questioned. You don't ask me to marry you. So I decided to ask you myself. Well, say yes or no. The door swung open. Oliver stood on the threshold, and a few seconds later the guard ran up. Son, shouted the artist. Son, that's how you are with your father, isn't it? Evan, I'm sorry. The guard shouted over him. That old rascal has escaped. Overtaken. The head doctor was silent. Then he looked at Victoria, who continued to needle, and said, You wanted to meet my father. Evan pointed at the dirty bum. Meet Oliver Walker. After, the girl said impatiently. I was asking you a question. I agree, Victoria. I'm in. Only on one condition. You'll work here with me. Okay.
Naomi stood and waited for her friend Lillian, who was talking to the teacher. The girl looked at the school and said goodbye to the school with pleasure. She had finished the 11th grade. Naomi had already counted down each day for half a year when she would leave the walls of the educational institution. The girl smiled bitterly and thought that she used to love learning and went to school with pleasure, but everything had changed overnight. It was because the girl's father had been drinking hard liquor for as long as she could remember. And then, for educational purposes, Sam used to beat her and her older brother with a belt. When Naomi and Matthew were little, they hid behind their mother's skirt and all the beatings went to the woman. As they grew up, when they saw their father coming home in a drunken state, they tried to hide from him. This made Sam angry, and he took his anger out on his wife, Zendaya. The children saw this, but they could not help it, and only cried, hiding in a secluded place. They wished at that moment that some fairy tale hero would come and save their mother. Naomi and her brother grew up and often asked their mother why she tolerated their father's beatings. The woman smiled and replied that when they grew up, they would understand. Naomi could not understand her mother's answers, and one day she asked, Mammy, but you are suffering physically. Why don't you divorce Daddy? The girl asked. Daughter. You see, but I love your father. And remember that there is a folk saying that if a husband beats his wife, it means he loves her. My mother said, What a love that you have to cover your bruises with foundation. I certainly wouldn't want that kind of relationship with my future husband, her daughter said passionately. Mate, you have to grow up first, and then see when you get married, her mother taught her. Time was passing. Matthew was already going on his 18th year, and now a lad. When his father cracked his mother, he was already sticking up for her. Zendaya realized that her son was trying to shield her from her own husband. She often told Matthew to stay away from him when his father was raging. The son would reply that he could not bear to see his father behave inappropriately. And the woman was very much afraid that the day would come when Matthew would one day not be able to stand it and raise his hand against his father. And that day came. Sam came from the Kalem in a bad mood, and instead of a bottle of white wine, he was given a kilogram of dumplings and a couple of cans of billets. His wife was happy about it, as it was a great help for the family, because her husband did not work anywhere, and she worked as a postmistress and received a small salary. Zendaya only therefore said, enthusiastically, when her husband returned, Now, what a pleasant surprise. It's been a long time since we've had dumplings, and now I'm going to make them, and we'll have a royal dinner. Zendaya cheered. Why are you clamoring? You better give me money for a bottle, said my husband angrily. I don't have any, darling. I have a couple of hundred in my purse for bread, and my salary is still 3 days away. The woman calmed down at once. "We can live without bread. Dumplings have dough, and this is the same bread," he said, and took his wife's bag, from which he pulled out a small purse. And then the man took out 200 and smiled contentedly. Zendaya saw this and rushed to her husband to stop him, but he pushed her away angrily. The woman tearfully asked to keep the money. The wife's request made the man angry. Sam hit his wife several times on the cheek with the palm of his hand. At that moment, his son, who had just come home from work, came into the room to hear the noise. Matthew immediately realized the whole situation and instantly jumped up to his father to stop him from hitting his mother again. But Sam had already pushed his wife hard, and the woman fell to the floor, her head hitting the wall. Zendaya moaned weakly, but Matthew was pouncing on his father, the head of the family. Seeing that his son wanted to hit him, pushed the boy away, and then a fight broke out between them. Zendaya yelled for them to stop and got up off the floor to stop the scuffle. As soon as the woman approached them, her husband dodged and kicked her in the side. The spouse bent down and slowly settled to the floor. When Matthew saw his mother slump down, screaming in pain, he ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. The young man went back and in a fit of rage stabbed his father several times and only ran up to his mother when his father collapsed. Zendaya grabbed her son's hand and asked him to call an ambulance, and then the police arrived at the scene shortly afterwards. The woman was taken by ambulance to the hospital, but Sam was taken to the morgue as he died of his injuries. Matthew was taken to the station by law enforcement officials until the circumstances were clarified. Nayeli found out about all this when she came home from a walk. The girl was informed by her neighbor, who had been invited as a witness. Nayeli tried to get more information from her neighbor, but she said she didn't know all the details. The girl thanked the old woman and went home, and only then did she let the tears flow. She realized that at the moment she would not know anything concrete until she saw her mother, and she couldn't see her, because at that time the shuttle bus to the city was no longer running, and there was no money for a cab. The girl did not sleep a wink all night. She wondered what had happened, and as soon as morning came, she took the first flight to the city. After a while, Nayeli was already in her mother's room. Zendaya told her what had happened. The woman sobbed convulsively at times as she told her story, trying to hold back her sobs. When Zendaya told everything to her daughter, she started to get out of bed, saying that she would not stay in the hospital. Nayeli tried to confront her mom, saying she had already spoken to a doctor and the doctor reported that the victim had a broken arm and a concussion. Mother looked at her sadly after her daughter's words and said in a whisper, "No, don't you understand? Your father is no longer alive, and your brother will be punished for what he did," she said. "But your escape won't change anything. You won't resurrect your father." Her daughter tried to reason with her. "You're right about that, but I have to see my husband off. He is my husband and he deserves a proper burial," the woman cried. "Mom, I don't care about my father because he used to abuse you all the time, and we got a lot of abuse from him and my brother too. And now he's almost hurt you, and you're still thinking for him," she said indignantly. "Stop talking so badly about your father. No one gave you the right to do that," her mother said sharply, and then added a little softer, "When you love a man with all your heart, you will understand me. And I loved your father," my mother said with tears in her eyes. Zendaya was soon discharged from the hospital under a receipt, and the mother and daughter, before leaving for home, stopped by the station where Matthew was stationed. They learned there that the young man would not be released because he had been arrested for a crime he had committed and had confessed to. Zendaya asked the law enforcement officer not to judge her son because he had stood up for her. However, the man in uniform told the woman that he did not decide anything. There would be an investigation and then a trial. A short time later, Sam was buried. It was a great surprise to Nayeli that so many people had come to say goodbye to this man who couldn't live a day without drinking. The girl looked at the villagers in amazement as they said nice things about her father. Nayeli couldn't understand how these people could talk so flatteringly about this man who tinkered with his wife all the time. The day after the funeral, Natasha was visited by a friend who already knew everything that had happened. Lillian asked her mate how Zendaya was feeling. Nayeli grinned and sadly replied that her mother was mourning her beloved husband and that Matthew might get punished. Lillian took a seat next to her friend and spoke. "It's going to be hard for your mother to live here now. If she's still crying for Matthew," she said. "Hey, what the hell are you talking about? He's her son." Nayeli said indignantly. "No offense, but, I overheard my parents talking last night, and I better tell you about it so you're ready. So they blame your brother for everything, that he took your father's life on purpose. You see, your father was like a wand to the villagers. He had golden hands. He will cover the roof, and he can make a log cabin and dig a well, and he did it all for free. They would buy him a bubble and he was glad, but now he had no one to turn to for help, so he didn't have to pay big bucks. Our villagers just used hands and they don't care what happens to Matthew, she said openly. But my brother was protecting my mother. It wasn't his fault, Nayeli replied angrily. I told you why the villagers say that. You and I know what your father was really like, but to others, he was cheerful and always there to help for a small fee. I'm just telling you this so that you'll be ready when you hear something unseemly said about you, she explained. And in fact, a couple of days after Nayeli's father's funeral, the girl went to the store to buy bread. She passed a neighbor who lived a few houses down from them. Nayeli said a polite hello to the woman, but the woman gave her a scornful look and remained silent. The girl shrugged her perplexed shoulders and went on her way, as suddenly she heard from her neighbor, "Matthew's a bastard. You've ruined such a man. In a few months' time, there will be no one to dig the garden because Sam is no longer in this world and he was such a man. And it's all your brother's fault," the woman wailed. Ailey turned around to face the woman and shouted fervently, "Yeah, what do you know? My father is a terrible man. He beat his wife, terrorized his children. And Matthew was protecting his own mother from a tyrant, and my brother didn't kill her on purpose. It just happened. She tried to get through to her neighbor. Yes, we all know this. A guy raised his hand on his spouse. But your mother continued to live with this man, which means she enjoyed it. And Matthew laid a hand on his own father. He had no right to do that. You're probably just like your brother," the woman said, angrily, spitting into the snow and walking away. Nayeli barely held back her tears to keep from crying in the street. She didn't go to the store, but ran home. She went home, and only then did she let the tears flow. Her mother came out of the room crying. Zendaya went to her daughter and sat down beside her and asked what was wrong, and the girl told everything in detail. The mother hugged her daughter and asked her to calm down, then said softly, "Be patient, my sunshine. You know that there are evil tongues in the village, so you've got a lady who can't wait to say mean things. Wait. Time will pass and the passions will calm down. You and I have to worry about Matthew now, because the investigation is going on. And the trial is coming soon," she said. "Now, he'll definitely get jail time. How will we live without him? I'm going to finish school and go to the city, and you'll be all alone," her daughter worried. "It's okay, don't worry about me. Okay, I see that you didn't buy any bread. Come on, I'll make pancakes quickly," said the woman. A trial was soon held. Matthew was given several years in prison. Nayeli and her mother were numb when they heard the sentence. They had hoped the punishment would not be so severe. Zendaya came to her senses after a few minutes and wailed. As Matthew was being led away from the courtroom, he shouted to Natalka to take care of her mother. She only nodded in response, for she could not speak, for she had a lump in her throat that she could not swallow. And now Nayeli had finished school and stood waiting for her friend. During that time when Matthew had been locked up, she had repeatedly heard angry words that her brother was the last scoundrel, and that he hadn't gotten enough jail time. Nayeli tried to ignore such people, but still there was a residue on her soul after such words. Soon Lillian came up and cheerfully announced that she was free to go home. Nayeli smiled at her friend and asked if she was ready to go to the city in the near future. Lillian winked mischievously and nodded happily. A short time later, Nayeli was about to leave for the city to go to the institute. Before leaving, her mother sat her daughter down beside her and said that she wanted to talk to her. The girl willingly replied that she was listening attentively and looked at her mother. Zendaya looked at her daughter and said with a sad smile, "How beautiful you've become. Your eyelashes are long, your lips are neat. I want to tell you, daughter, that city people are very different from our village people. And the guys there make sweet speeches that make girls lose their heads," she said. "Mom, if you're telling me to be discreet, I'll keep that in mind. Don't worry about that. But I want to tell you something too. If I can't get into an economic institute, I won't come here, but I'll stay in the city and get a job. I'll rent a room and live there, and next year I'll try again. Don't take offense, but I don't want to go back to the village, even though it's been 6 months since my father's death, and the evil tongue still can't calm down," said the daughter. "I understand you, and I don't blame you for your decision. Maybe you'll have a good life there, and I'll spend my life here. My husband is buried here. I'll wait for Matthew. It won't be easy for him when he's released. I hope that after so many years, everything will be forgotten." Zendaya sighed, and before long, Nayeli was gone, for she couldn't get in. She didn't get a few points. Nayeli called her mother and told her everything. Zendaya sympathized with her daughter and told her to keep her head up and asked her to call Nayeli more often and report everything. After this call, she called her friend who had also gone to enroll. But in another city, Nayeli told Lillian about her failure and asked her how she was doing. Her friend cheerfully told her that she had entered a pedagogical institute and would soon start teaching. And then the girls agreed to keep in touch and tell each other everything. Nayeli roomed with a girl who had also failed to get into the institute. They became friends right before the exams and got along well. The girl lived in the village next to Nayeli's, and she didn't want to go back home either. Her name was Sneshana. Nayeli immediately decided that it was necessary to find a job because she realized that her mother's salary would not be enough to support her. She also realized that she had to help her mother at the moment because Zendaya was saving money to go to her son's house. Natasha was lucky to get a job right away. She was hired in a small store. The working day was from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. The work schedule was this 2 days of work and 2 days of rest. This suited her very well. However, having worked for the first month, Nayeli was unpleasantly surprised as an audit was made and a shortage was revealed. The girl could not understand why this happened. Meanwhile, the store manager took the shortfall from the salaries of Nayeli and her shift worker. When the girl received the money, she saw that a third of her salary had been deducted. Nayeli was very upset about this, as she wanted to buy herself some boots for the fall that she had been looking at, and also send some to her mother. The girl decided that this month she would not buy a new piece of clothing, but would do it next month. Nayeli decided that she wouldn't tell her mother about the shortage, so as not to upset her once again. Another month passed. They audited again and again found a shortage. When Nayeli heard the amount, she couldn't stand it and cried. She couldn't understand why there were such large shortages because she and her replacement didn't take any money from the cash register. The girl's tears did not relieve the manager. The director again deducted from the salary almost half of the finances as repayment of the shortage. And then the girl announced her resignation. She did not want to work for free. Nayeli was thinking about where to go to work. She didn't want to go into trade. She was terribly afraid that she would have to work one more month and have to pay half of her salary again. So she decided to try herself as a waitress. Nayeli found this job almost in the center of the city in a cozy cafe. Everything suited her except for the fact that it was very far from the house where she rented a room. And soon the girl was running around the cafe from table to table in her uniform. And after a month, she received a quite tolerable salary. Nayeli immediately transferred the money to her mother. A couple more weeks went by. The girl came to work as usual. She changed into her uniform and went out into the hall, where the first visitor had already entered. It was a middle-aged man in a business suit. The girl approached him and politely asked him what he wanted to eat, then looked at the waitress interestedly and mouthed, "Tell the cook that Alex is here and he'll get me something," the man said. "Okay, whatever you say," the girl said, a little astonished. She'd been working here for over a month, and this was the first time she'd seen this visitor. Nayeli went in the kitchen and passed the man's request to the cook. The cook smiled and pronounced, "It's been a long time since Alex has been here. Come to the kitchen in about 10 minutes, and the order will be ready," said the cook. Soon Nayeli brought several dishes on a tray to her visitor and placed everything in front of the man. Just as she was about to step away, the stranger motioned for her to sit down beside him. The girl replied that the staff was not allowed to do that and would be fined for it. The man laughed and said that when he asked her to do it, the waitress would not be fined. Nayeli cautiously sat down. She was afraid that the cafe manager would come out and scold her for it. Meanwhile, Alex was asking the girl who she was, how long she'd been working here, what her name was. Nayeli answered and kept glancing at the front door, waiting for the director of the place to come in. Soon the visitor ate and asked for the bill. The girl voiced the amount, and the man took some bills out of his purse and put them on the table, saying that he didn't need change. After that, Alex got up and went to the exit. The girl looked after the man and only then at the money. She saw that the visitor had paid the bill in double. She felt embarrassed, and Nayeli wanted to give some of the money and ran to the exit. But it was too late. Alex got into the car and the car started. The girl wondered who this person was and decided to ask the cook. Nayeli approached the man in the white apron and asked the man embarrassedly, "Who is Alex?" she asked. "It's a friend of our boss. He owns an automobile repair shop. He used to come here to eat a lot, but now he doesn't come much," the cook said. Nayeli thanked the cook for the information and went into the hall as the visitors entered. The girl had been taking orders all day, and all the time she was thinking about her new acquaintance. When the working day was coming to an end, she was called to her by the head of the institution. She was frightened and went into the man's office and asked him what had happened, and looked at the waitress with a smile and said, "You were great today. I had a friend come over to eat and you served him. He was very complimentary about you." "I have a feeling you've turned his head," said the manager. "Alex gave a lot of money for the order. I should pay him back," the girl said, embarrassed. She thought that her boss was calling her to scold her for sitting down to talk to a visitor during the working day. "He's perfectly aware of how much money he left for the order, so you don't even have to worry about that. Just for the future, if Alex pays, don't take any money. It will be on the house. There will be another customer who will not be charged. You'll see him soon. He's my friend too. Iron warned. "Thanks for the heads up," Nayeli said. And at that moment, the door to the office opened and a smiling Alex walked in. Lynn got up from his chair and quickly walked over to his friend, whom he immediately hugged. Then the director of the place said with a smile, "I see that you had a good vacation at the sea. And the tan looks good on you," said the leader. The girl at that moment looked at her new acquaintance and was about to slip out unnoticed as Alex asked her softly to linger. Nayeli looked at her boss in confusion, and he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Alex turned to his friend. The workday was almost at an end. "Let me steal one of your waitresses a little earlier," the stranger said. "I take it you're talking about Nayeli." "No question, but only if the girl wants it." Erline, "Believe that now we'll leave your office, and I'll be able to persuade this beauty to let me see her off." Alex smiled. "Mix. Well, try your luck," Ilon said with a laugh. Alex, after these words, offered Nayeli to leave the office, and as soon as they left, the man smiled amiably and asked permission to walk the girl home. She laughed, then mumbled, "I think you've made up your mind without me. And yet, if I refuse your offer, what will you do?" Nayeli smiled enigmatically, sobbed loudly, "And you'll be ashamed that such a grown man was brought to crocodile tears," Alex replied. You know, I'm not sure you should see me off. We can just talk for a while outside the cafe," she said. "You think I'm a boy to stand outside a cafe and talk to a beautiful woman? No, let me take you to a restaurant, and we'll sit there," he suggested. "Thank you, but you really shouldn't do that. I'd rather you walk me home, but I warn you that I live far away," Nayeli said, embarrassed. "No, don't worry about that. I'm on an iron horse," he smiled. Soon Nayeli was sitting in the car with Alex, who was talking about himself with a smile. He was 31 years old, living alone in a one-bedroom apartment with his mother, his father having died last year. Alex himself has been an individual entrepreneur for several years. He was married at one time, but life didn't work out and divorce followed, and he didn't have any children in the marriage. And then the man revealed that Erlan is his best friend, and there is another one named Vincent at the end of his narration. Alex added that he loves fine dining and going to the races. The girl, when she heard about the running, looked at her new acquaintance in amazement. The man, seeing the surprise on the girl's face, immediately asked what unusual thing he had said. Nayeli said, embarrassed, that she had never been to a horse race. Alex smiled and mumbles, "Well, then I know where we'll have our first date. I'll take you to the racetrack. I'll take you to the racetrack and we'll do something fun. We'll go this Sunday." "It'll be tomorrow," the man said. "Are we on a first-name basis yet?" "And Sunday is my work day, so it's not going to work," Nayeli replied. "Let's go with the you thing. Or we'll be acting like we're in love now. And about the job, we'll settle that now. You must have forgotten that Ilon is my friend." And with these words, the man took out his cell phone and called his friend. Alex explained the situation and then asked to give the girl an unscheduled day off. In response, the friend laughed and said he was giving us good. After the call, Alex looked at Nayeli and spoke with a smile. "Now you see how quickly all your problems are solved in my presence," he said. "I see," she said, laughing, and then added, "We're here. It's time to say goodbye. And it's time for you to go home too," she said. "I would still like to talk to you, but I see that you are tired after the working day, and it would be selfish of me to keep you any longer. So let me kiss your dainty hand and you can run to your room," Alex said. The girl gave the man her hand, and he touched her palm gently with his lips. Nayeli felt the touch and shivers down her body. She had never known such close contact with a man before. Alex pressed his lips against the palm of her hand for a few moments, and then released the girl's hand. Nayeli immediately felt herself blushing, so she quickly opened the car door and jumped out of the car without even saying goodbye to her new acquaintance. When the girl came to the apartment, she went to the window, She hoped that the car would still be there, but it was gone. The girl sighed disappointedly and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Standing under the running water, she remembered her conversation with Alex, and then his touch on her palm. And then her thoughts drifted to tomorrow's date at the racetrack. And then she felt as if she'd been electrocuted because they hadn't talked about what time she needed to leave the house, and they hadn't exchanged phone numbers. The girl bit her lower lip in frustration. She didn't know how she could remedy the situation now. The next morning, Neela got up in a disgusted mood. She realized that the date wouldn't take place because she wouldn't spend the whole day waiting for Alex in front of the entrance. She tried not to think about the fact that there would be no meeting, but her thoughts kept coming back to it, and she went to the window. The time was nearing 2 o'clock when the phone rang. Neela looked at the number, but it was unfamiliar to her. The girl answered and instantly recognized Alex's voice, which spoke in a friendly tone. You left so fast yesterday that I didn't even have time to get your phone number, he said. But you're calling me at the moment, she said happily. I had to get her land back on the phone. He, like a true leader, has the phone numbers of his staff. Okay, but we're running out of time here. Anyway, you have a little over an hour to get ready, and then as soon as I get there, I'll dial you and you'll be out, Alex was saying. All right, it's a deal. The girl disconnected the comms and laughed lightheartedly. She was happy at the moment. She liked this man very much, and she wanted to spend as much time with him as possible. She even thought that this man might be her other half in life. Soon the young people were at the racetrack. The girl watched the race and asked her companion many questions. The young man answered Neela with a smile. As soon as the race was over, the girl asked the man how often he goes running. Alex admitted that he goes in different ways and explained that it all depends on the circumstances. After the race course, young people went for a ride around the city. They talked about different topics in between. The girl at this time enjoyed the communication of the guy, and she wanted this day to not end, so she felt good at this moment. However, Alex drove Neely home closer to 9 p.m. and said he had to go because he would need to get up early for work tomorrow. The companion could hardly restrain herself from sighing with disappointment. The man kissed the girl's palm again, and she experienced the same state as yesterday. Neely came home and thought that now she would have 2 days off. She'd hoped to spend those days with Alex, but the man hadn't called her once. Neely was upset and thought that apparently her behavior didn't please the guy, and so it was a work day. She came to work, and her first visitor was Alex. Neely didn't know what to think when she saw him, but he called her over and asked only for a cup of coffee. The girl complied with the man's request and was about to leave when Alex said, "Have a seat. There's a bartender, and he'd be a good waiter." "I want you to know that you won't be working here anymore," he told her. What do you mean?" The woman asked in bewilderment. "You've been on my mind for days. I don't know how to declare my love, but I'm madly attracted to you. I'll be more brief. I suggest we start living together," he told her. "But we don't know each other at all." "No, it doesn't suit me," she answered. "What kind of people are you women? You want to get all your relationships through the marriage office." Alex said with a little irritation and immediately added, "But you are not a girl anymore, and you know very well that you need to get to know each other, not only in conversation, but also in bed, and only then to legalize the relationship." Alex said confidently. "That's where you're dead wrong. Maybe you've had a carload of girls and you're well read on these bed scenes. I can tell you that I'm innocent in this matter, and I don't want you to use me and then throw me away like an unwanted toy," she said and blushed. Alexa looked at the girl with amazement after these words. The man obviously did not expect such an answer. In the meantime, the girl stood up, her face red with anger, and was about to leave when she was grabbed by the hand by her interlocutor and asked to sit down. Bailey grudgingly complied with the request and looked questioningly at the young man, who mumbled at the same time. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that now, at your age, all the girls are more than aware of such delicate matters," he said with a guilty look on his face. "Not everyone. I'm a walking individual for your information," she replied wryly. "You've mischaracterized yourself. You're a devout virgin, and that's very rare these days." "I'm amazed that such a beautiful girl hasn't had a real relationship with a guy. I understand your anger now." "Good, and for a week I'll be your boyfriend and we'll see how our relationship develops. And if we're still attracted to each other, I'll make you an official proposal and we'll get married," he concluded. "Did I say I was attracted to you?" She asked him. "Don't make this harder than it has to be. Admit that you're attracted to me. I felt it when I kissed your palm." You just don't need to be coy because it doesn't suit you. Answer me, honestly, what is it that draws you to me? He asked with a smile. Yes, but let's talk about something else, she said, angry with herself. No, I agree. The other topic is your job. I don't want my girlfriend to work as a waitress, but I'm not exactly your girlfriend yet, and I need money, and you know it, Nayeli explained. I'll give you the finances to pay for the room as well as the food. And don't forget that if everything goes well, we will soon become husband and wife. And I don't like it when my wife works. I want to be welcomed home by a beautiful woman in a good mood and not tired, he said. Oh, let me at least work this week, she urged him. Deal, and then not a day more, he agreed. A week flew by, Alex picking her up from the cafe when Nayeli was working and taking her home. The man called every day and invariably inquired how she spent her day off when he didn't come. And the girl happily informed him that she was studying a cookbook. A week later, the man made an official proposal to the girl, which she enthusiastically accepted. And after that, Nayeli, at the insistence of the chosen one, quit her job, at her engagement. The girl initially informed her mother, who was unspeakably happy that her daughter met her favorite person. And after Nayeli called her friend and also told about her imminent marriage, Lillian heartily congratulated her friend and vowed to come to the wedding. Soon there was an introduction between Nayeli and her future mother-in-law, who lived in a 3-room apartment. Margot turned out to be a lovely woman who welcomed her at the first meeting. Nayeli was glad that she had a friendly relationship with her lover's mother from the first day. And then the girl got acquainted with a third friend of her chosen one. It was a young man of 27, whose name was Vincent. Alex's friend immediately appreciated the girl's beauty and told his friend that if he had known that Ilya had such a pretty waitress working for him, he would have gotten to this place much earlier than Alex. Natasha was pleased by Vincent's compliment, but her boyfriend scowled at her. When there were 2 weeks left before the wedding, the girl hinted that it was necessary to go to her mother's house, so that Alex could get acquainted with his future mother-in-law. The man reluctantly accepted the proposal of the chosen one, but he realized that it was necessary to do it. And one day, the young people went to the village. When Alex found himself visiting Zendaya, he gave an imperceptibly squeamish wrinkle. Nayeli happily introduced her fiancé to her mother and then began to help her mother set the table. In the meantime, Alex was looking around. When the table was set, the mistress of the house invited the dear guest. The future son-in-law sat down and looked at the dishes with food in front of him, and then quietly, and this is considered a holiday treat, fried potatoes with mushrooms, a slice of cheap boiled sausage, pickles from a jar, and a couple of salads that rational housewives usually prepare for the winter. He said dismissively. Natasha was embarrassed that her favorite person had made such a comment about the festive table. She looked at Alex and whispered that her mother couldn't afford to eat too much. This dialogue was clearly heard by the lady of the house, and so she said, "There's no need to whisper. I can hear everything. Alex, I realize that you are probably used to other exquisite dishes, but I keep things simple. I don't keep chickens, and I don't want to buy them at the store because they don't know what they're fed on. You could buy from neighbors, but they sell at too high a price. And there's one more thing. I think your fiancé told you that your brother is in jail. So I'm slowly saving my money because it's a long way to the north, and the tickets are so expensive. So you, my dear, don't be angry with me for such a careless table." The woman excused herself, but she was angry at her daughter's chosen one. "Mom, don't worry, it's okay. Alex is going to try your potatoes and he's going to love them. He just doesn't know how good you make them," Nayeli exclaimed and looked at her boyfriend with a serious face. Lane realized that he had angered his companion, so he took a spoon and put some potatoes on it. And then Nayeli handed him a fork and looked at him meaningfully. Alex took the fork and ate some potatoes, and after that smiled strangely and "I guess I was quick to denigrate the table. The potatoes are delicious. I'd be happy if my wife could make them as good," Alex said. After this sentence, Zendaya smiled and began to ask her future son-in-law questions about the wedding. Alex answered, occasionally glancing at his watch. The landlady noticed this and asked how long the couple had arrived. The guest politely replied that they would be on their way home in a couple of hours. Zendaya sighed sadly. The older woman had hoped that they would spend the night at her place, and she was also eager to have some privacy with her daughter, which she said aloud. Nayeli, seeing that her lover was not eating, offered him to watch TV while she helped her mother clear the table. The girl, as soon as she was alone with her mother, immediately apologized for her fiancé's behavior, and the mother smiled in return and mouths, "It's okay that your young man told the truth. It would have been much worse if he had done it behind his back." "Alex has spoken his mind," Zendaya said. But still, he was wrong. The daughter looked guiltily at her mother. "And the tickets are so expensive. So you, my dear, don't be angry with me for such a careless table." The woman excused herself, but she was angry at her daughter's chosen one. "Mom, don't worry, it's okay. Alex is going to try your potatoes and he's going to love them. He just doesn't know how good you make them," Naomi exclaimed and looked at her boyfriend with a serious face. The man realized that he had angered his companion, so he took a spoon and put some potatoes on it. And then Naomi handed him a fork and looked at him meaningfully. Alex took the fork and ate some potatoes, and after that smiled strangely and said, "I guess I was quick to denigrate the table. The potatoes are delicious. I'd be happy if my wife could make them as good," Alex said. After this sentence, Zendaya smiled and began to ask her future son-in-law questions about the wedding. Alex answered, occasionally glancing at his watch. The landlady noticed this and asked how long the couple had arrived. The guest politely replied that they would be on their way home in a couple of hours. Zendaya sighed sadly. The older woman had hoped that they would spend the night at her place, and she was also eager to have some privacy with her daughter, which she said aloud. Naomi, seeing that her lover was not eating, offered him to watch TV while she helped her mother clear the table. The girl, as soon as she was alone with her mother, immediately apologized for her fiancé's behavior. Then the mother smiled in return and mouthed, "It's okay that your young man told the truth. It would have been much worse if he had done it behind his back." "Alex has spoken his mind," Zendaya said. "Oh, but still, he was wrong." The daughter looked guiltily at her mother. "You better tell me, how long have you known him? How well do you know him?" my mother asked. "About a month and a half of knowing him. I think I've known him all my life," my daughter replied with a smile. "Why do you want to marry him after such a short period of time? Are you really pregnant?" The old woman said in a frightened voice. "Mom, we haven't had anything but a couple of kisses. I even live in a rented apartment. We agreed that everything will happen after the wedding. And we both want to live together. That's why we're in a hurry to get married. I'm only sorry that my brother will not be at the wedding, but he knows about everything and wished me happiness. May, since you and Alex are doing well, I'm happy for you, and with a pure heart I bless you." She hugged her daughter. Soon the young people left the village. On the way to the city, Naomi told the chosen one that he had behaved unkindly towards her mother. Alex furrowed his eyebrows and said with irritation that he hadn't expected to see such a shabby dwelling. The girl glared angrily at her interlocutor and asked him not to talk about her mother's house in that tone from now on, and looked at his lover and then laughed softly while mumbling, "You're so good in your anger I could kiss you right now." "Don't pout at me," he said. Her time flew by and the wedding day came. There were many people from the groom's side that the girl didn't know. On Naomi's side, there was only her mother, a friend, and the girl with whom she rented an apartment. Immediately after the wedding, Naomi went to live with her husband. The girl was eager to start settling in at the new place. She wanted their apartment to be cozy and comfortable. Naomi did not forget that her husband is very fussy about food, so she often looked at the cooking site to find an interesting dish and cook it to her husband for dinner. Sometimes she had questions about cooking, in which case she called Ivia's cook and consulted him. So the year flew by. The time was approaching when the girl wanted to enter the institute again. She told her husband about it the day before. Alex looked at his wife in surprise and asked why she needed to chew on the granite science, until he perplexedly uttered in response, "I must have some kind of education. What am I going to do for the rest of my life?" said the girl. "Honey, stop your wild fantasy. Other girls dream of living and doing nothing, and you're talking about studying. You better always look the way you look. You know how nice it is for me to go out with you. I hear people say you got a diamond, and that's all they say about you. And Vincent is still pining for you. He can't get over the fact that he didn't meet you before me," Alex said. "Sometimes I feel like you didn't marry me, but my looks. But let's talk seriously about school. You don't think it would be pleasant for me to sit on your neck and not have money for extra expenses?" Naomi resented him. "You'll have a job soon. I have some ideas, but it's still in the works. I meant what I said about studying. It's all nonsense. You better study a cookbook. You'll need it very soon," he recommended. Naomi realized that she would have to forget about her studies. The young woman did not want to have a conflict with her husband about it, so she decided that she would stay at home for the time being and be a good wife and a good housewife. Another 6 months flew by. During this time, the girl's mother went to see her son in prison. Nayli's friend married a businessman. The friends still called each other often and told each other the news. Lillian often asked her friend when she was going to give birth to her first child. Natasha had to keep lying to her that it was not yet time for that, although in fact she dreamed of becoming a mother, but her husband was against it. He said that she had to get on her feet financially and then think about children. The man even forced his girlfriend to take birth control pills for the sake of it. A few more months passed and Nayli was sitting at home watching a women's program. And then they showed a happy mother who had given birth to triplets. The young woman involuntarily wept with emotion, and at that moment her husband came home from work. He looked at her wife with surprise and asked what had happened. The young woman wiped her tears and mumbled, "We've been living together for 2 years now, and I want us to have a complete family, meaning us and our child." Nayli began to say, "But you're doing that again, aren't you? Do you need it? After all, you'll have a hard time yourself later with diapers, nighttime sleep deprivation, and all that kind of stuff." Alex listed, "I know all that, and I'm willing to go to all that trouble. It's just that you're at work all night, and I'm bored," she wailed. "And in your spare time, learn to knit. It's very good. You'll have a job, I promise you," he said. The girl realized that it was useless to talk to her husband about children. So she decided to get pregnant by trickery. A young woman stopped taking birth control. After a while, she realized that she was pregnant. To be sure, Nayli visited the women's clinic, where the doctor congratulated her on the soonest possible addition to her family. The young woman flew home, overflowing with happiness. Now she thought about how to tell her husband about it. Nayli waited for her husband from work and tried to think of every possible way to tell the news to her husband. And when Alex came home, she said in the hall, "I'm pregnant. I went to the doctor today." The girl said, "No, could this happen? Didn't you take the pills?" The man wondered. "Yes. I asked the doctor the same thing, but he told me that there are failures in the body and the pills do not give the proper effect, which is what happened to me." "Me, wide wife. Then it is necessary to terminate the pregnancy," the husband said dryly. "Not anymore. The time limit is not suitable for this." "Don't worry, sweetie, we'll manage," the young woman said affectionately. "Of course we'll manage. You're going to be blown like a cow and you won't be able to fit into any dress," the man said irritably. Time moved on. Nayli's pregnancy proceeded without complications, and soon the young woman gave birth to a baby girl who was named Amelie. Nayli was very happy about this event, for now she was not only a wife, but had become a mother. As the years passed, Amelie turned 3 years old. Nayli thought about sending her daughter to kindergarten. She wanted the child to have contact with her peers, and this is what the young woman told her husband. The husband was not against it, and agreed with the opinion of his wife. And as soon as Amelie went to kindergarten, Nayli talked to her chosen one about work. Alex didn't like such conversations, as he was fine with his wife sitting at home waiting for him after a day's work. However, this time the beloved was persistent in this matter and told her husband, "Like it or not, I'm going to look for a job. I have to beg you for money all the time, and I don't like it," she said. "No, come on, you're never going to talk to me like that again. I've told you more than once that I'll get you a job. Be patient for another year. I've got some money saved up and I want to open a restaurant business. I've seen how Island's made a fortune in this business. He's already opened a restaurant. I'm still in the same place," he said. "But you don't know anything about this business," her wife said, bewildered, and then added, "It's better to invest in something you know how to do. In your case, it's an automobile repair shop," she advised. "I'll understand in time, especially since Arlen, as a friend, promised to help. I didn't just tell you to learn the cookbook. You'll be an administrator in the restaurant we're going to open," he said. After this conversation with her husband, Nayli's spirits lifted. She told her mother and then her friend. She also told her mother-in-law, whom she often saw. Margot always welcomed her daughter-in-law and was happy when Nayli visited her with a granddaughter. And once again, when the daughter-in-law came to her mother-in-law's house, the landlady turned to the young woman. "Your mom and I call each other a lot. And when we talk about you, she often calls you Nayli, but doesn't that offend you?" My mother-in-law asked. "Not at all. My mother calls me so fondly. It's very pleasant for me when she says it. Then I'll call you Nayli too. You're like a daughter to me." You come to see me more often with Amelie because I'm bored. And my son and his business are always busy. She sighed sadly. Okay, Mom. I'll try to get out more often. And I'll talk Alex into coming to visit more than once a month, Nayeli said. A couple more years passed and Alex opened a restaurant. Nayeli was as happy as a child because now she would not have to sit at home. However, her husband said that at first he would hire an experienced administrator and she would have to learn from him. Nayeli did not argue with her husband, as she was not used to crossing her husband during the years of married life. It had been about a year. The restaurant was barely bringing in any income. Alex realized that if things went on like this, he would simply go bankrupt. The man began to come home in a bad mood. He understood perfectly well that it was necessary to change the concept of the restaurant business. The wife saw how the chosen one was freaking out about the restaurant and often told him to turn to a friend for help. Alex responded by saying, Island advises to give this place a major overhaul and completely change the menu to one that is easier to prepare. Let's say I agree with the menu. It's easy to do. But the renovation, it requires a fabulous amount of money. Where will I? You could take out a loan though. Exactly, that's what I'll do, he explained to himself. After a while, Alex took out a large loan from the bank. The restaurant was closed for renovation, which lasted more than a month. New furniture and equipment was purchased. Nayeli watched her husband's enthusiasm for the restaurant. The woman hoped that after all these innovations, the place would start generating income. And then the day came when the place opened. There were many announcements in the newspaper that there was a new restaurant in town with an excellent menu for every taste. Alex immediately invited his friends to celebrate the opening of the place. The man expected a lot of visitors that day and hoped, like his wife, that now the revenue would increase many times over. A week has passed since the restaurant opened. People's attendance was low. Alex was furious about it. He just didn't know what to do. The man was freaking out, and Nayeli didn't know how to help her husband. She had already gone to Elias secretly from her chosen one and asked him how to fix the situation. And the spouse responded, I told Sasha from the beginning that this event was a failure. You see where the restaurant is located. The elite don't live there and rich people won't go there on purpose. When Alex first wanted to open a restaurant there, I told him right away that it should be either a canteen or a diner. But you know your husband, if he sticks to his guns, you can't move him, my friend wailed. Maybe you could talk to him again. You should see how he's so angry. I can't look at him without crying, Nayeli explained. My words mean nothing to him. And you realize that too. My advice to you is to try to persuade him to sell the restaurant so that you can pay off the loan, said Erlan. Okay. Thanks for the advice, the girl replied. Nayeli had just mentioned the sale of the restaurant and immediately provoked a flurry of indignation from her husband. He yelled at her for the first time and rudely told her to mind her own business. The young woman, after an unfortunate conversation, took her daughter and almost crying went to her mother-in-law's house. When Nayeli came to Margot's house, she told her husband about the quarrel. The landlady asked her daughter-in-law to calm down and offered to spend the night with her. The daughter-in-law refused, as she knew that her husband would not approve of such an act and told her mother-in-law about it. Margot volunteered to call Sana and immediately dialed him. Alex, I'd like Nayeli and Amelie to stay at my place tonight, the woman said over the phone. What kind of freaky stuff is that? She is a married woman and should be with her husband. I'll come and fetch her myself, said the son threateningly. Me, son, I know you're having business problems, and you're taking all your anger out on Nataka right now, so let her stay with me for a day, Margot insisted. I'm on my way out. The man muffled and disconnected the phone. Alex was already at his mother's in 40 minutes. He went into the apartment and, without embarrassing his mother, threateningly told his wife that he would not allow her to take the quarrel out of the house. Nayeli said quietly that she had come to her mother-in-law's house to talk about her problems. Alex responded by saying, What goes on in our family should be between us, between you and me. You don't bring mothers into this. Do you understand? He said angrily. Yes, the young woman said fearfully. After this incident, Nayeli realized that she did not know her husband completely. She even, somewhere in her heart, became afraid of her husband. The woman dreamed that her life with her husband would return to its usual course when they enjoyed every day. After some more time, Alex returned from the restaurant in a gloomy mood. And then, as luck would have it, he had a loan to pay, but he had no money. The income from the car repair shop did not cover all the costs, and the revenue from the restaurant was absolutely minuscule. The man received frequent calls from the bank demanding repayment of his loan debt, and when another call followed, Alex answered, and when he hung up, he turned to his wife. "It's decided. We have to sell the restaurant before it's too late. I haven't been able to pay my staff their salaries for 2 months now. There's no point in continuing this business if it doesn't bring in income," he complained. "I am very glad that you have come to this decision," replied the wife affectionately, who was actually delighted at her husband's words. Alex soon sold the restaurant. The proceeds from the sale were used to pay off a loan from the bank. As soon as it happened, Neely sighed calmly, because now her husband was no longer nervous about the fact that his business had failed. However, the young woman still secretly wanted to work from her husband, but she realized that her husband would suppress her desire at the root, and then Neely found a way out. The girl began to earn money on the internet. She performed simple tasks in social networks, earning a small income. 2 months had passed since the sale of the restaurant when Alex came home dejected. Neely asked her husband what had happened. The chosen one, trying to hide his irritation, answered that he had been to Aaliyah's house and that things were going well, and the wife was surprised at her lover's words and said, "You should be happy that your friend is doing well in that regard. Don't you realize that I also want to ride a horse, not to pick up scraps from the table?" Alex resented him. "No. Are you jealous of Ilya?" suddenly asked Neely, who was surprised by this circumstance. "That's a tough question. Maybe there's envy in the back of my mind. But we still need the extra income. It's time to move into a more luxurious apartment. We should buy a 2-bedroom apartment. Don't you realize that I also want to ride a horse, not to pick up scraps from the table?" Alex resented. "Are you jealous of Ilya?" suddenly asked Neely, who was surprised by this circumstance. "That's a tough question. Maybe there's envy in the back of my mind, but we still need the extra income. It's time to move into a more luxurious apartment. We should buy a 2-bedroom apartment and sell this one. The only way out is to open another car repair shop," he said. "But where will you get the money? Are you going to take out a loan again?" my wife wondered. "No," the man replied categorically and added, "I have no desire to get involved with banks anymore. I'll think of something," he said. After that conversation, a month passed, and one morning, as her husband left for work and Neely turned on her laptop and was just about to take a social media assignment, the phone rang. The woman picked up the phone and heard the excited voice of a neighbor who lived across the street from her mother. She reported that Zendaya had been taken to the hospital with a heart attack. Neely gave a startled gasp and immediately started calling her husband. As soon as Alex answered, she quickly told him the sad news and asked him to take her to the hospital. His spouse asked with a little irritation, "And how far are you going to go there?" Husband said, "Until mommy is better. I can go with Amelie or leave her with your mom. It's up to you," Neely. "Only with my daughter I'll let her go to the village. Don't burden my mother with a child," Alex said dismissively. "As you say, darling, Hugh," the girl answered and smiled. She understood from her husband's words that Alex was still jealous of her, and that's why he didn't want to let her go alone. A short time later, Neely was already sitting beside her mother, who was lying in a hospital bed. The young woman stroked Zendaya's arm and said affectionately that everything would be all right. The sick woman looked at her daughter and told her not to worry. Neely nodded and thought that she should call her brother and inform him of her mother's illness. The young woman didn't even realize that Matthew's call would bring trouble. A few days passed. Neely was on her way home from the hospital to her mother's house. 2 police cars passed her. The girl wondered at the same moment what had happened in their village. If so many law enforcement officers had arrived. To her amazement, the cars stopped near her mother's house. Neely approached the uninvited guests and inquired, "What happened?" she asked. "We need Zendaya," the uniformed man said glumly. "She's in the hospital, and I'm her daughter," the girl said. "Matthew escaped from prison and traumatized our employee in the process. We're looking for him. Was he here?" Officer asked. "No. He wanted to check on his mom, so he did that," the young woman said faintly and felt herself getting unwell. In the meantime, the interlocutor asked to open the house in order to inspect it, and at that moment, a signal sounded over the radio. The man answered, and after a few moments, he said that the operation to track down the fugitive criminal was over as Matthew had been caught. Neely then went into the house, where she wept desperately. She was well aware that her brother had escaped only to visit his mother. Matthew was afraid that his mom wouldn't wait for him to get out of jail. Naili also realized that now her brother would get more time for escape. She also knew that her mother must not be told because Zendaya, with her heart condition, might not be able to bear the news. Some time passed and then Naili's mother was discharged. Zendaya asked her daughter to stay with Amelie for a while longer. Naili could not refuse her mother's request, even though her husband called every day to ask when she would be home. It had been a few days since Zendaya had been discharged. Alex knew about it, and once again, when his spouse asked him to stay at his mother's house for one more day, he passed out and came to the village himself after a while. The man politely greeted his mother-in-law and ordered her to go home. Naili realized that her husband was angry with her for his long absence and that he missed her. Soon the family returned to the city, and life went on as usual. But after a month, when Naili returned from the village, she began to feel uncomfortable, her body itching all the time. This did not escape Alex, and he told his spouse. She'd been living in her mother's old hovel, so she must have gotten scabies. Go to the doctor tomorrow, he said. Naili didn't contradict her husband in return, as she actually felt disgusted. She went to an appointment where the doctor prescribed a bunch of tests, and soon after, the doctor told her that she had diabetes mellitus. I gave the doctor a stunned look and asked, "But we didn't have anyone in our family who had this disease." The young woman wondered, "You said yourself that you've been in a lot of trouble lately, so you got diabetes on a nervous basis. Now you should go to the hospital for a full examination," the doctor recommended. Naili returned home depressed. She didn't want to lie in a hospital bed. She informed her husband about her illness, who was not thrilled with the news. Alex immediately told his wife not to hesitate and to go to the hospital. Uchard sabbered. The woman nodded in agreement and said, "All right, darling, but you'll have a hard time now because you'll have to take Amelie to and from kindergarten," she said. "Hey, don't worry about it. I'll figure something out," he replied. Soon Allie was admitted to the hospital. She was there for about 2 weeks. When she was discharged, the doctor gave her a prescription and explained how to take the medicine. And the doctor also advised the girl to worry as little as possible. Naili would have been happy to live without worrying, but then her daughter had an attack of appendicitis. The girl was urgently hospitalized. Naili was worried about her daughter's condition, and as soon as Amelie was discharged, she felt sick and went to the hospital again. It has been 7 months since Naili found out about her illness. During this time, she had put on a little weight because she was taking hormones. If some acquaintances told the woman that the extra kilograms only added charm to her statue, Alex caustically remarked that she was slowly turning into a cow. After these words, Naili cried, and her husband, to smooth out his harshness, "No tears. I'm just asking you not to gain any more weight and to watch your weight. Keep a notebook and weigh yourself every day. And now I want to tell you a happy thing that in a week, I will have a second car repair shop, and you and I will soon move into a 2-bedroom apartment. We've already found a buyer for this apartment," Alex said. "But where did you get the money?" The chosen one asked, stunned. "You should know the places, but in the meantime, start stowing things slowly," he smiled. And before long, Alex had already opened a second machine shop, and then the family moved into a 3-room apartment. Moving to a new place of residence was a big challenge for Naili. She was nervous about anything, that she would not make friends with the neighbors, that they would live too far away from her mother-in-law, that her daughter would have to go to the 1st grade, and she would not have time to get the child ready for school due to the move. And as a result, the woman ended up back in a hospital bed. And when her husband came to check on his spouse, she asked him, "Let your mom help you with Amelie. You don't have enough time for household chores with your business. Invite Margaret to stay with us while I'm away," she said. "I'm not going to call my mother, especially since she's leaving. I'll handle this situation myself, and Amelie will be fine. Don't worry about her," he urged Naili. "Where is this going?" "She didn't say anything to me, really. I haven't called her in a while with this move." Naili didn't understand. "Please don't bother your mom at this time. When you're discharged, I'll take you to her myself." "It's a deal," he insisted. "I won't mind you, whatever you say, sweetie," she agreed meekly. Naili checked out after a while. She arrived home and noted with pleasure to herself that the apartment was in order. The woman turned to her husband and spoke affectionately, saying she was proud of him. Alex, in turn, handed his chosen one a notebook and told her to start writing down the calories and how many she had consumed during the day. Naili gave her husband a dumbfounded look and said he had lost his mind. Alex stepped aside and then gestured to the mirror and offered his wife to look in it. The woman complied with her husband's request and looked at her husband again, and then seeing that the life companion was perplexed, muttered, "You put on a few extra pounds that don't make you look good anymore. I don't have to explain this to you, obviously." He resented me. "I don't understand something. Do you love me, or do you only care about my figure?" Both. So let's stop this pointless dialogue, he decided. After these words, Naila locked herself in the bathroom and cried for a long time. She hated herself for being overweight and decided that she would take care of her figure without feeling sorry for herself. Only after these thoughts, the woman was able to calm herself down and left the bathroom. The next day, Naila got up early in the morning while her husband and daughter slept, then weighed herself, recording her weight in a notebook, and then she did her morning exercises. When she did her exercises, she mentally encouraged herself that she was doing it not only for the sake of the man she loved, but also for her health. Afterwards, Naila saw her husband off to work, took her daughter to school. She began to study the calorie chart. Legends, the woman decided that she would cook for herself separately and only from low-calorie foods. She made a menu and put it in a prominent place in the kitchen. Several days passed. Naila continued to exercise every morning and cook for herself separately from the household. The woman believed that everything would work out and she would be able to regain her former figure. And when a week passed, Naila stood on the scales and was horrified to notice that during this time she lost only 260 grams. She was upset by the result and decided to talk to her mother-in-law. That woman called Margot, but the caller was out of range. When her spouse came home from work, she told him that she had tried to call her mother but was unable to. Alex then looked absent-mindedly at his beloved and informed her in a calm voice that his mother had gone to live in another country, and looked dumbfounded at her husband and utters, "No, come. Why didn't she say goodbye? Why didn't you say anything to me?" She was indignant. "It's a long story. Be patient. Mom will get settled and she'll call you. It's just that she got a boyfriend and he suggested moving to his homeland, and she agreed. And Mom doesn't have to answer to us for her actions. She's an adult," Alex said, as if Alex had cut him off. "It's not that Margot has to answer to us," the young woman exclaimed indignantly, wiping away tears with her hand. And then she went on to say, "That's not the point. We got on well with her, and she left without a word to us. It's not nice to her relatives." "That's what I'm talking about now," she said with sadness in her voice. Calm down. I explained to you that she had a good reason for doing what she did. And let's just drop the subject. And actually, your husband came home from work hungry and he wants to eat like a wolf," said the husband. Naila had no choice but to silently walk to the kitchen and set the table to feed her spouse. The woman was doing all this automatically, as her thoughts were preoccupied with her mother-in-law's behavior. She could not believe that Margaret had done such a thing. Naila was offended that her mother-in-law had done that to her, and immediately. A month had passed since Naila had been trying to lose weight. She decided to find out how much she would weigh at the end of the month. The woman stood on the scale and was confused. She saw that after all her efforts, she had lost only 1 kilogram. Naila did not believe the result at first and quickly went to the nearest health clinic where she asked to be weighed. However, the nurse confirmed the result that Naila had on the scale at home. The woman walked back in despair because she had exhausted herself so much, often malnourished, watching the family devour baked chicken or eat ice cream. Naila tried to leave the kitchen at those moments so as not to tempt herself, and all this suffering was for the sake of 1 kilogram. She was about to give up on losing weight when the idea occurred to her that she should visit a nutritionist to find a diet that could be used with diabetes. And now Naila has a new menu from the doctor. The woman starts diligently again, a new attempt to lose extra pounds. She strictly adheres to the menu and also exercises for 15 minutes in the morning. And exactly 1 month later, Naila gets on the scale. The woman, seeing the result, runs to the kitchen and angrily tears off the menu sheet as she has lost 720 grams of weight over this period of time. When her husband came in that day, her spouse complained to him that once again her month had been wasted, as she had lost very little weight. Alex grinned and arrogantly said she wasn't trying hard enough. Naila felt her resentment rising and wanted to reply to her husband, but she immediately changed her mind, as she realized that the conversation could end in a scandal, and she did not want that. The next morning, Naila saw her husband off to work as usual, took her daughter to school, and called a friend. She told her friend about her problem and that her relationship with her husband was deteriorating because of it. Lillian listened to her friend and advised her to run away from such a lover. Naili, through her tears, replied to her interlocutor, "It's easy for you to say that, but then where am I supposed to go? Back to my mom's village. And look at the village men, all of whom are drinking themselves to death. Yes, it's not even that. It's that I love Alex," she said, crying to her friend. "You sound like your mom, who had to take a beating from her husband because of her love. What more advice can I give you? I don't know what to say in this situation. For me, I've seen pictures of you and Amelie, and you look pretty good. I don't deny that you've put on a little weight, but you've become more feminine." Lillian tried to encourage her friend. "Thank you for listening, and I'm sorry for putting my problems on you. Say hello to your family," Naili said. "Don't get lost and call me in any case. Everything is possible in our life. So if there are any financial difficulties or anything else, call me right away," said her friend. Some time passed. Naili stayed at home with her daughter and helped her with her lessons. Alex came home and told his wife that this weekend he would not come home alone, but with a rich client. The man asked his spouse to prepare a holiday meal while telling his wife that it was extremely important to him to convince his guest to come to his workshop. The chosen one did not ask unnecessary questions and promised her husband to set a luxurious table. It was Sunday, and Alex came home with a man who was dressed in an expensive suit. The head of the family invited the guest into the hall, where the table with numerous dishes was set. Alex looked at the treat and smiled. He was pleased that his wife had honored his request. Meanwhile, the guest also appreciated the dishes and said, "Your wife is a great cook." And after these words, the man looked at Naili, who was standing modestly aside, and the guest clucked his tongue and said, "Your chosen one is good in every way," the man said. Alex clearly didn't like the client's last sentence and sternly asked his spouse to leave them alone for a while. And then the landlord brought a bottle of white wine and suggested that we start the conversation by drinking 100 grams. The guest smiled broadly and nodded in agreement. And Naili was in the nursery with Amelie at the time. She was unhappy that her husband had kicked her out of the room like a common servant. After a while, the woman heard her husband calling her in an inebriated voice. Naili hurried into the hall and saw that the guest and the chosen one were already quite drunk. And the woman asked what her husband wanted her to do, and he in turn smiled skeptically and asked her to clear the table, while at it, "You can collect the leftovers and then take them to your mother in the village. She will be pleased with your gift of leftovers," he laughed. Naili did not answer her husband, as she realized that it would be useless at the moment. She decided that she would talk about it in the morning, and as soon as the next day came, the woman turned to her husband. "Well, what do you think you're doing?" "Okay, you insult me, but what about my mother?" She said. "And you are becoming like a village cow. That's why I say such words to you," replied the husband. "But then why don't you divorce me if you hate me so much?" she asked. "You're a good cook, and don't forget we have a daughter with you. If you want, I can take away your motherhood and go back to your village," he said wryly. "You haven't woken up yet. How can you not be ashamed?" She shouted with tears in her eyes and hurried to the other room so that she wouldn't see her chosen one. Only now she realized that her husband did not put her in anything, and here, for some reason, the woman remembered her mother-in-law. Naili didn't know what had made her think of Margot. 2 weeks passed quickly. During this time, Naili realized that the relationship between her and her husband had grown cold. The woman tried to keep the marriage intact. She even visited a witch doctor to help her get her husband's love back. Naili performed a mysterious ritual, which had no effect. Alex could still easily insult his wife. Leshwin was in despair. And one day, after her husband called her another name, she decided to tell her mother the truth about her life with her husband. Naili had kept everything from her mother until then, as she didn't want to worry her too much. She was afraid for Zendai's aching heart. Soon Naili was sitting at her mother's house and tearfully told her about her relationship with her husband. The old woman listened to her daughter in silence, and as soon as she finished speaking, she said, sadly, "If things are so bad with Alex, why don't you leave him?" She asked, "I still love him. I just think we need to wait a little longer and things will work out with him," her daughter said. "You see, that's how it works. At one time you asked me why I was living with your father when he did such a bad thing to me, and I told you that I loved him. And now you're telling me the same thing. Daughter, believe me, Alex will not change and you just have to bear with him since you love him so much," her mother explained to her. Some more time passed, and Naili realized that the former family relationship could not be restored. And she also learned that her husband had a mistress on the side. Alleging the woman realized that it was necessary to leave her spouse, and so she reported it one day. When Alex heard about it, he laughed and said that she could go to all four sides and forget about Emily. Naomi looked with horror at her husband and realized that this man was not joking and could make the words he had said come true. Naomi decided to turn the conversation in another direction at the same moment. She asked the chosen one about his mother, and as soon as Alex heard the question, he involuntarily shuddered. The woman noticed this movement and was alarmed by her husband's reaction. In the meantime, the husband hurriedly replied that his mother would call soon. Alex's answer did not satisfy the wife, and she decided to go to her mother-in-law's old address. Soon Naomi was standing on the landing where Marga used to live. She stood pondering, and then suddenly the door opened and her mother-in-law's neighbor came out. Finally turned to the pensioner at the same moment. "I came to visit Margot and they told me she had moved out," Neely said. "Wait, you're her daughter-in-law. Didn't your spouse tell you that he put his mother in a boarding house?" The neighbor wondered. "Alex told me that my mom and her Bio went to live abroad," Neely said, perplexed. "Nay, it's nonsense, really. Come to my place, and I'll tell you something," she suggested. The two women entered the apartment and walked into the hall. Neely sat down in one of the armchairs, and the pensioner sat on the sofa next to her. The landlady said that recently Margot had been suffering from blood pressure and had begun to give up a lot. The elderly woman was afraid to stay alone, and then Alex offered her mother to live in an expensive boarding house for a while. On second breed, and soon her son put her there. Naomi, listening to her neighbor's story, was stunned to hear the news. He immediately asked the older woman, What about the apartment?" "There are strangers living there now," Naomi said indignantly. "As Margot told me, her son would rent it to her while she was in boarding school. But as I found out later, the apartment was sold, not rented. That's all I know. So you tell me, where is Margot now?" "I guess you took her back to your place," the neighbor asked. "Yes," Naomi lied, and she wanted to be alone to think about it, so she added, "I'm sorry, but I have to run. School is ending and I need to pick up my daughter." "Thank you for the news," the woman replied. When she left her neighbor outside, Naomi sat down on a bench and thought. She didn't understand why her mother-in-law, if she was in the boarding house, hadn't called her. It all seemed very strange to the woman, and she decided that she would get to the truth on her own. And soon Naomi began to wait. About a month had passed and Alex's birthday party was coming up. Naomi knew very well that her husband's friends and people he needed would come to the party. The woman bought groceries beforehand to prepare a festive dinner, and so the day came. The guests, headed by the birthday boy, were celebrating his birthday. The time flew by unnoticed, and now the end of the celebration was approaching. Alex swaggeringly called his wife to him and sarcastically said, humiliating her in front of his face, "Fatty, pick up the leftovers from the table. You'll spoil your village mother." The guests laughed, except Vincent, who still liked Naomi. He turned to the landlord and noticed that his wife was in great shape. Alex was about to say something to his friend when Naomi interrupted him, turning to Vincent. "Thank you for standing up for me, but now I can fend for myself." The woman turned to her husband and smiled coldly, saying, "You're right. I'll pick up these scraps and feed my mother and yours, which you refused." The woman said bravely, "What the hell are you talking about?" Alex said fiercely. "Let me tell you and our guests what a respectable man you are in the community. I think you told your friends that your mother went abroad with her boyfriend. Only it didn't happen. You fooled everyone. And now it's time for everyone to know the truth. By the way, your mom should be here in half an hour to congratulate her diligent son, and I'll tell about you by then." Naomi began to talk. "Shut up or I won't be able to take care of myself," Alex said menacingly and started to get up from his chair. But he was immediately precipitated by Vincent, who uttered, "Don't boil, Alex. You know very well that your mother was like a second mother to Eli and me, and it's important for us to know the truth." "Let Naomi talk," the man said. The woman glanced gratefully at Vincent, then turned to her husband. She saw that her husband was looking at her with fury. Naomi was well aware that at the moment she had to tear off the mask of hypocrisy from her chosen one in public. However, she did not feel sorry for her spouse because she had suffered from his humiliation lately, so she began to speak with a smile. "We all remember very well that Alex needed money to open a second auto repair shop. He didn't want to take a loan and he couldn't lend such a sum. That's when Alex turned to his mother and asked her to sell the two-room apartment promising her that he would buy a one-room apartment instead. Margot refused her son, telling him that the apartment would be a future gift for her granddaughter's wedding. The son did not like his mother's answer, but he kept silent at the time. And then I went into the hospital, and at the same time Margot's health became bad, and she appealed to her son to have Alex take her in. However, Alex told his mother that he had an emergency at work, and he would not be able to properly provide care for his mother. And in return, he offered her to live in an expensive boarding house. The old woman believed her son, thinking at the time how caring her child had grown up. In the meantime, Alex slipped his mother papers, told a lot of fairy tales, and the elderly woman signed documents that her son could take over the real estate. That's how Alex took possession of Margot's apartment. And after that, he put his mother in a so-called boarding house. Naili paused. The guests sat in silence and waited for the continuation. The woman looked at her husband, who looked at her with contempt. Naili subconsciously waited for her husband to apologize and ask her not to say anything further. Seeing Alex's gaze, the woman finally realized that her husband was in no way ashamed, and she continued her story. When Alex pulled the scam, he told everyone that my mama had gone abroad. It seemed strange to me at the time, but I trusted my husband wholeheartedly. And for some time, I waited for my mother-in-law to settle down in a new place. But as time went on, Margot never showed up. And I turned to my husband about it, and most amazingly, my husband was embarrassed by the question about my mother. That's when I felt something was wrong. And I went to the address where my mother-in-law lived, where I accidentally ran into a neighbor who told me about the boarding house. I was astonished by my husband's lies and did not tell him anything. I started looking for Margot on my own. I visited several boarding houses, but there was no woman in any way. I was in a stupor as I did not know how to find a mother-in-law. I started to revisit boarding houses, and in one of the institutions I was advised to look for a relative in a nursing home. That's where I found Margot. You should have seen how happy she was to see me. The old woman was crying tears. My mother-in-law told me about the documents, how she had signed them, and that her son did not visit her at all. I asked her why she had not come on her own. And at the same moment I realized that I had asked a stupid question because Margot could hardly move. Naili paused and looked at the guests. There was silence in the room. Everyone was shocked by the story. The woman was silent for a while, and then she looked at the people in the room and said, "But that's not all. I was waiting for someone to ask why Margot didn't call because she has a cell phone." Well, there's a little story here too. It turns out that Alex had thought of everything. He told his mother that he accidentally dropped her cell phone in the water and it no longer works. Alex promised his mom he'd buy a cell phone, but as you all know, he didn't. One more thing I'd like to say is that Alex put his mother in not the most decent nursing home. As much as I hate to say it, not all institutions have decent staff. It just so happened that Margot ended up in such a nursing home. Naili stopped talking and turned to her husband. She gave him a cold look, then smiled and began slowly clearing the rest of the food off the table. The guests watched the woman in a daze. Naili took her time with her actions, realizing at the moment that she had shocked everyone with her story. And when only the bread remained to be put away in the bag, the woman turned to her husband and said softly, "Here, my dear husband, I have collected the leftovers from the festive table, and it is this food that will go on the table of your mother and my village mother," she said. Vincent stood up at that moment, and he looked at his friend contemptuously and said, with a slight anger, that he had not expected his friend to do such a thing. Alex remained silent in response. He had nothing to say to justify himself, and then took the floor and pronounced to the landlord, "What have you done, Alex? Margot is your own mother and you did this to her." Vince was right. "We didn't expect you to be so mean." The man wanted to continue talking, but Naili interrupted him. "Hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt you halfway through, but I just want to let you know. You and Alex are friends, but he was jealous of you, so he decided to open a restaurant. But his business failed. He couldn't get over the fact that you were doing so well as an entrepreneur. And then Alex decided that if the restaurant was not lucky, he would open an automobile repair shop. He did, but only in what way? Now it's clear to everyone what money Alex used to buy the machine shop. It is also clear that he used the money to buy a 3-room apartment," the woman explained. Then the doorbell rang. Naili exclaimed that the dearest guest had arrived and rushed to open the door. Soon Margot entered the hall, leaning on 2 canes, followed by her neighbor. Then Zendaya appeared, followed by Naili. Lagat approached her son, who at the same moment lowered his head. Alex didn't want to look at his mother, and the older woman put her hand on the man's head. and stroked him quietly. Then she asked Vincent to help her sit down next to her son. The man hurriedly helped the woman to sit down. Then did Margot turn to her son. "Well, hello, son. I came to wish you a happy birthday. I'm sorry I didn't bring you a present, but I did. Thank you for what you've done. I won't blame you. There's no point. There's a popular wisdom that the law of the boomerang has never been repealed. Still, I didn't want that law to affect you. What more can I say to you? And I have nothing more to say to you. I only feel bad for you in front of your friends, your wife, and Alice. I must have missed something in your upbringing that you could treat your mother like that. And now, with your permission, I will turn to your wife, because it is thanks to her that I'm sitting in front of you now." Margot turned her head to Nellie and smiled affectionately at her. Then the old woman beckoned her daughter-in-law to her with her finger. The daughter-in-law approached her mother-in-law and squatted down in front of her. Margot stroked the girl's head and said softly, "I've already thanked you for everything, but I want these people to know what you've done for me." My mother-in-law began to say, "You don't have to say thank you. I did it for your sake, because I love and respect you," Nellie replied with tears in her eyes. "Don't cross an old lady, my dear. You are very clever." Here the woman paused and looked at the guests and then addressed the audience. "My sister-in-law found me in our big city. She went through more than one institution before she found me. But that is not the most important thing. Naila took me from the nursing home and took me to her mother in the village. And then she told us how her husband humiliated her in front of the guests. That's when we all decided together that we should give my son a present when he insults Nataka again. A couple of days before the holiday, she brought us to the city and brought us to my former neighbor, who had taken us in for the time being. We had to tell her the whole truth, because the lies would come out sooner or later anyway. The neighbor was shocked when she found out. She thought I was living with my son. Margot was silent. No one in the room wanted to say anything. This went on for about 15 minutes, and the silence was broken by Alex, who stood up and said, "And why are you making a monster out of me? Do you know what it's like when your best friend gets richer every year? Or do you know what it's like when my wife disobeys me and has a child against my judgment? Do you even understand what it is like when your spouse gains pounds every day and does not look after herself at all?" The birthday boy was indignant. "Stop talking nonsense." Vincent interrupted Alex and immediately continued talking. "You were not prevented from developing your business in your own direction. And as far as I know, Alan discouraged you from opening a restaurant. He warned you right away that it was not the right place. And about Emily, what I can't understand is that you're not happy that you have a beautiful daughter. And I'll say one more thing about your wife. She is an extraordinary woman, and you should be proud that you have such a wife," the man said. At that moment, Vincent was touched by Nali's hand and asked him not to continue, but to let her speak. The man smiled at the woman and said that he was a gentleman and would always give way to a lady. Nali thanked Vincent with a look and turned to her spouse. "You and I are done with the leftovers. Now let's put one more fat point on my fatness. If you're annoyed by my figure, I can reassure you that you won't be seeing it from now on. You and I are getting a divorce, and don't even try to scare me about my daughter staying with you." After your words, I realized that Emily, really you do not need. You just did not want to pay child support after the divorce, and you do not care about the child. And I can also add that everything will be great in my life, and I will find a man who will love me as I am now. And at the same moment, the woman was interrupted by Vincent. He apologized to Nali for that and said that there was already such a person who would love her. Nali smiled. She knew her husband's friend had a soft spot for her since the day they met. In the meantime, Vincent continued to speak. "You know I have feelings for you. That's why I'm suggesting in front of everyone here that you get divorced as soon as possible and consider me for a new spouse. And believe me, I like your figure even better now than I did before. And I promise you'll never hear a hurtful word out of my mouth. I won't replace Amelia's father, but I promise to be a good friend." "Now it's up to you," Vincent said. Nali was embarrassed at these words and did not know what to say. Her mother came to her aid and told her that if she had fallen out of love with her husband, there was no point in keeping the family together. And then the older woman added that Vincent's offer should not be accepted at once, but should be considered. Nali listened to her mother and nodded in agreement. She was just about to say something when Alex spoke. He bluntly said he would not grant a divorce under any circumstances. The man at the same moment, the chosen one, looked at him and said with astonishment, "Now, and so you hate me. Why would you want to fight a divorce? I can also tell you that I don't love you. It's all burned out. It happens. So you don't have to act like you don't know who you are right now, Naili blurted out. I've already told you there will be no divorce, the spouse replied stiffly. Vincent intervened in the conversation between husband and wife. The man turned to Alex. You know, I really wish these were the days of the duel. I'd love to do it now. From now on, you know very well that our friendship is over. From now on, I won't even shake hands with you. I'll pass you by without noticing you. And as for the divorce, you can shake the air with empty words, but the divorce will take place because your wife wants it. And if you try to intimidate Naili, believe me, she has an advocate who is willing to go to great lengths to make this woman happy in life. It's your own fault for what happened. Naili loved you with all her heart, and you knew it, and the people around you knew it. But you mocked her and trampled on her love. So be a man now and just step aside and let Naili get on with her life. Vincent spoke up and turned to the woman he loved, smiling encouragingly and asking her not to worry. Naili smiled in return as well, and thanked the man again for his support. Vincent then turned to Margot. He said, "You shouldn't be ashamed of your son in front of us. Alex is no longer a child and should be responsible for his actions. And I also suggest that you, as well as Natasha's mother, live at my dacha. There is fresh air, heating, in general, all the conditions for paradise. And now I suggest that we all leave the owner of the apartment. Let him be alone with his thoughts. I think he has a lot to think about." Vincent suggested to Naili that he gather the most necessary things. The woman looked at the man in surprise and asked where she was going to live. The man laughed and offered him his apartment. Naili smiled and replied that she had not yet accepted his proposal of marriage, so there was no hurry. Vincent smiled and mouthed, "You'll think about it at my house. And you know very well that I will behave like a true gentleman. If you don't accept my offer, we'll find you a separate place to live," he said. Naili looked at Vincent gratefully for the umpteenth time, and suddenly replied that she was willing to be the man's wife. Those present in the room cheered and applauded wildly, except for Alex, who stepped back to the window and turned away from everyone. Alex was approached by his mother and spoke softly. "It's your son's fault. Now my motherly advice to you, think about your behavior. It's never too late to change for the better. If you realize that, you know where to find me, either at Naili's mother's or at Vincent's cottage. I wish you'd find the strength to realize what you've done with your life." "That's all I wanted to say to you, son," the woman said to him, turning around and walking with the others toward the exit. Kristen ran home, opened the door, and found herself in the dark silence of the hallway. She realized with secret relief that it seemed like no one was home, which meant she would have time to cook dinner. As usual, throwing her bag on the nightstand, she kicked off her shoes and moved towards the kitchen. But before reaching it, she suddenly stopped, waved her hand, and abruptly changing direction, entered the room. She sat down on the sofa, leaned back, and closed her eyes with pleasure. How good it is to just sit down and do nothing for at least a while. Kristen suddenly clearly realized how tired she was. This was not the kind of fatigue that any person experiences after a hard day of work, some task requiring physical exertion, or, for example, after a sleepless night. Kristen's fatigue was somehow endless, hopeless, overwhelming. And if she could get rid of the first one by simply resting and speaking out, then it was still unclear what she should do with her feelings. Her whole life in the last few years had been like an endless race in a circle. Housework, work, Andrew, child. In general, everything was familiar, ordinary, like everyone else. Millions of women live in exactly the same way, but no one considers this something special, does not lament the injustice in women's lot, or complains about fate. Take, for example, her best, in fact, if you look at it, her only friend since school. Her position is the head of the legal department of a huge commercial company, with a bunch of people subordinate to her. Of course, the salary is more than decent, but the responsibility is scary to think about. And not only for yourself, but also for others. By the way, there are 3 children and a husband. Or, as Helen jokingly calls him, my eldest child, hinting at some immaturity of her dear person. At home, Helen fundamentally does everything herself, although it is unclear when and how she gets everything done, given the size of their apartment, the presence in it of 3 teenagers, a large dog, and a scientist husband, a man, to put it mildly, not practical. How, despite all this, she managed to maintain her blooming appearance and cheerful disposition from year to year was a huge mystery to everyone. For everyone except Lena, who, flashing a smile, told Kristen, "I've been telling you the same thing for many years. You need to love and respect yourself." Understand, Kristen brushed aside her friend's words, considering it a hackneyed and meaningless phrase. She believed that she certainly respected herself. Just how can this feeling help her to do everything, and most importantly, to feel as easy and calm, to be as humanly happy as the same Helen? She didn't understand. Well, from tomorrow a completely different life begins. And she herself, Kristen, a 33-year-old woman who just a few years ago, no one had ever given her age, and now looking 50 years old, will never be the same. She will be fine. Kristen was raised by her mother. The girl did not remember her father. As her mother, whose name was Anne, later told her, he fell ill and died suddenly when Kristen was not yet 2 years old. Life turned out so that they had no one else in the world except each other. Mom, having buried her husband, did not even try to arrange her personal life anymore and devoted herself entirely to her daughter. Her whole life and every moment of it were devoted to the child. The girl's health from birth was poor. She was frankly behind her peers in height and energy. She was often sick, and Anne spent her first few years in constant fear that something terrible and irreparable was about to happen to her daughter. "Mother, you cannot do it this way." An elderly pediatrician who had been observing Kristen since birth ironically reprimanded her. "You will go crazy before your Kristen goes to school." For example, now a girl has a common cold, and you are panicking. As if we have identified a terrible infection in your child. Having matured a little, Kristen became stronger and almost caught up with the children of her age. And yet she still remained fragile, touching, and defenseless. She spoke little, and almost always kept her head slightly lowered. And her favorite pastime from early childhood was drawing. Anna had no education other than school. She worked as a cloakroom attendant in the city theater, and of course their family did not have much money left. While Kristen was little, this did not affect her life in any way. On the contrary, she considered her mother's work to be the best, because the girl could watch all the performances for free. And the New Year holidays with successive children's performances, which she watched one after another, not paying attention to the repeating plots of the same characters, generally turned into a continuous holiday for her. What is unimportant and invisible to a baby looks completely different to a teenager. Growing up, Kristen, of course, could not help but notice that she was the worst in the class. She was poorly dressed. She had the oldest briefcase, a gift from one of the neighbors. And in physical education class, she wore the funniest sneakers, the kind you can only see in old photographs, and not sneakers like everyone else. She watched in amazement as her classmates defiantly threw money out of their pockets in front of each other, showed off their belongings, and discussed family trips to seaside resorts and the upcoming holidays. Despite this, it never occurred to Kristen to blame her mother for anything. She saw that she was doing everything she could for her daughter. She just could do very little. Her health failed her at times. Small, thin, she, giving her growing daughter an extra, sweeter piece, lived practically from hand to mouth, and from year to year wore the same drafty coat and boots, the soles of which had long lead in everything they stepped on. And what only the soul holds on to. So skinny. The neighbors shook their heads, watching Anne as she always hurried somewhere. But what Kristen understood and patiently endured, her peers could not understand and tolerate. With the harshness and cruelty characteristic of many teenagers, they hurled vile words in her direction, at first in a whisper, not really understanding the inadmissibility of this. But with age they did it more and more consciously. At the beginning of the next school year, the class in which Kristen studied was supposed to go on an excursion to a neighboring city. The guys were, of course, excited about the upcoming trip and heatedly discussed it and made plans. One of the points of the program was a visit to the opera and ballet theater famous throughout the country. Kristen, who has loved theatrical performances since childhood, was looking forward to this particular event with special interest and already knew the theater's repertoire and the schedule of performances by heart. We should go to this theater, discussed the guys, who for the most part were not delighted with the attempts to introduce them to high art. It would be better if we went to the zoo. What is there to even see? Who knows what we will watch? Carmen Kristen suddenly announced with unusual excitement. Her voice sounded unexpectedly loud, and everyone turned in her direction. Are you planning to go too? Suddenly Kristen asked the most beautiful, By everyone's own opinion, girl in the class, Sarah. Kristen looked around hauntedly and felt her ears begin to burn. Ugh. You will disgrace us in front of everyone, said Sarah. I can imagine what you will wear to the theater. Probably in that terrible sundress, knitted, with flowers, which you wore on March 8th. By the way, if you think this is festive clothing, then I want to disappoint you. This is clothing for a stuffed animal. Why did you go and take off that sundress from him? Kristen felt tears boiling in her eyes. She lowered her head low, and a warm drop fell on her hand. You better shut up, princess. Suddenly a ringing voice was heard in the class, which easily drowned out the disgusting sycophantic giggles of the children. Otherwise, you yourself won't be able to go anywhere, because I will spank you. You will sit at home and change lotions on your black eye. Understood? Kristen wiped her eyes and raised her head in front of Lara. With her fists on her sides, stood a girl named Helen. Everyone knew better than to mess with her. Not only has she been seriously involved in some type of martial arts for a long time and can easily beat not only Sarah, but also any of the boys, but she also has a brother, Victor, who studies in high school. And everyone again knows that Victor is the guy is athletic, serious and authoritative. What are you doing? Sarah asked in amazement. Are you standing up for this scarecrow? You yourself, scarecrow, she retorted. And in general, if anyone comes to her again or says something nasty, they will have to deal with me, okay? Thank you, Kristen said quietly, getting closer to her unexpected intercessor at the next break. What? Helen asked. What are you muttering there? I don't understand. And anyway, why do you always talk as if you're going to die? I'm saying. Kristen took a deep breath and spoke louder. Thank you for helping me. Oh, nonsense, Helen waved it off. Sarah should have been put in her place a long time ago. My mistress too. She became completely insolent. Yes, and it's your own fault. Why are you silent? You always endure like some kind of sheep. Do you like being insulted? And anyway, why are you some kind of orphan? And I am an orphan. Kristen laughed quietly. Well, that is half. I only have my mother. Oh, excuse me, please, Kristen. Helen was confused. I haven't paid attention to such little things for a long time. Well, anyway, thank you again for standing up for me. Kristen nodded and turned to leave and sit at the last desk, where she almost always sat alone. Hey, you wait. Helen moved decisively after her. Come on, you will sit with me now. Like this? Kristen was confused. But Oleg is sitting with you. Just think, Oleg is sitting. It's okay. It means he'll change seats. Oleg, Helen barked at the whole class, turning to one of her classmates. Quickly pull yourself together and go to the last desk. Her eyesight is poor. She needs to sit closer to the board. From that day on, Kristen's life, at least at school, changed dramatically. She no longer felt like an outcast, and people began to greet her. At first, stuttering, forced, with an eye on the omnipresent Helen, and then simply and habitually, because this is normal. Kristen has become a much better student. It turned out that she has an excellent memory. But the most important thing is that everyone learned about her talent. To the first secret, and then obvious admiration of her class, it turned out that she draws incredibly well. Kristen has even changed in appearance for the better. She stopped clenching herself as she had done before, as if trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. And then, to everyone's amazement, it turned out that Kristen was actually very good at something. Anna inherited from her mother fragility, grace, good, thick, slightly curly hair, dark brown, slightly red, long eyelashes, and beautiful, even white teeth, which everyone finally saw after their owner began to smile. All this became very noticeable in high school. Ellen never gave up on anything halfway, and having taken a kind of patronage over Kristen, she did not limit herself to forcing the class to accept Kristen and begin to treat her normally. A few days after the memorable conversation, she dragged her new friend to her home. Then she introduced her classmate to her parent. Mom, let's give her my jeans. Well, those that didn't bother me after the summer. Well, maybe there's more. Her mother, looking at her compassionate child with a smile, turned her eyes to thin Kristen. She knew the girl, of course. I heard about her difficult fate and the cheerful life of her small family. Yes, please, I don't mind, she nodded. But if Kristen herself doesn't mind, of course, bring the jeans. And remember, if you don't stop eating so much bread, you'll soon be able to give Kristen all your clothes. Come on, Kristen, Helen mumbled. thrusting almost new pants into Kristen's hands. They're just lying there anyway. And what do you give me for this? Well, I don't know, I came up with an idea you will draw my portrait. By her senior year, things were looking up for Kristen. Helen's efforts and care showed, and Kristen herself became a completely different person. Soon, the highlight of the school exhibition were ironic drawings and cartoons by Kristen, in which the children recognized themselves and each other with delight and amazement. After this, Kristen became, if not a star, then at least a person whose unconditional abilities were recognized by everyone at school. In addition, she is the class beauty of the class. Kristen's longtime follower, Sarah, suddenly became covered with teenage acne, and Kristen, on the contrary, blossomed with some special, subtle, translucent girlish beauty that not everyone notices, but which cannot be forgotten once you see it. After graduating from school, Kristen entered art school. The girl had no prior preparation. However, during the creative exam, Kristen, fulfilling the examiner's assignment, really shined and was accepted. "You are very gifted," one of the admissions committee members told her. "You have an amazing innate sense of composition and color. But you have poor technical skills and are not at all prepared in terms of theory. You need to work a lot and read in your specialty, dear girl. Well, for example, let's take this portrait from your portfolio. It is, of course, very interesting in the manner of execution, but at the same time it contains a lot of mistakes. Well, look, the teacher launched into long, lengthy analyses of her work. By the way, a portrait of Lena. And Kristen listened to her work with delight. How can he even judge my portrait if he has never seen me? The portrait is awesome. Everyone says this, see, it looks like me. Well, just like a photograph, only 100 times better. I've never looked good in photos, but here it's so great. Helen, he wasn't talking about the similarity, but about technical errors. But, you know, the composition itself, proportions, light and shade, plasticity. Oh, okay, don't bother me with all this. I still won't understand anything. You draw just great. Kristen enjoyed studying at school and drew every free minute of her life. Helen, with her characteristic practicality, declared that not everyone can be great creators. Someone needs to earn money, and she entered the university to study law. The girls, of course, saw each other much less frequently than when they were at school, but they still constantly maintained friendly relations. Kristen felt more than just gratitude towards Helen for the fact that her friend had once, in fact, completely changed her life. She saw Helen as an older sister, and the latter, on the contrary, having taken part in the fate of a school outcast several years ago, was sincerely proud of her friend and perceived her as the younger sister she never had. Things were going very well for Kristen at school. She was really talented. Her work was noted as one of the best. And after a couple of years, they started talking about her as a young artist with her own style. You see, girl, the elderly teacher who was their course leader explained to her with inspiration. An artist is not someone who can draw a cat or a tree exactly as it looks in reality or in a photograph. This is not an artist. This is a copying machine. And an artist is someone who lives in his own world and knows how to show this world to others with light, form, and strokes. Here you have it, this sketch, for example. God knows how you managed to make me see an old man here. Kristen laughed along with the teacher and meticulously looked at the sheet from which, framed by gray hair swaying in the wind, the prickly, stern gaze of a wise elderly man peered into her. Time fled, and my studies at the school quickly ended. She received a diploma as an artist teacher, and with it a complete lack of understanding of what to do next. At the graduation ceremony, the rector told her, "Well, you are perhaps one of our most talented students in recent times. But unfortunately, in modern times, this is not enough. You need opportunities, time, a workshop, tools, materials. Yes, in general, to become an artist, you need money, no matter how bad it may sound. And to become a great artist, you need a lot of money." The man paused and sighed heavily. "Still, I wish you success. Maybe not now, later, someday, but your gift certainly deserves it." Hearing this was both pleasant and scary at the same time. But Kristen didn't want to think about her fate yet. She was young, beautiful, happy, and all the thoughts of her and her former classmates were occupied with their graduation evening. They decided to celebrate their graduation at the highest level, in a fashionable nightclub. Mom gave her daughter silver earrings. They were made in the form of the thinnest leaves, which intertwined with each other and ended in an elegant flower with a small diamond in the center. Mom, what a miracle. Kristen took a long time to come to her senses and didn't even realize right away. "How are you? Where did you get the money?" Anne finished asking her daughter. Well, honey, your mother is not such a loser that she couldn't save up for a gift for her only girl. Kristen's nose stung and her eyes itched. And then Kristen put on her dress, prepared for going out to the club, and now it was Anne's turn to sigh in admiration and wipe her eyes. Only she did it without hiding, and without hiding her happy tears. The dress was extraordinary, very simple, straight, with almost no details. It was made of elastic, but at the same time dense fabric. The dress fit her figure like a glove, creating a silhouette of incredible beauty and femininity. The rather deep cutout on the back was absolutely breathtaking. The color of the fabric was in great harmony with the loose, light chestnut curls and the light, barely noticeable makeup only emphasized the calm, somehow unusual, as if a little not modern, and this made it even more attractive, beauty of the girl. When Kristen appeared among her classmates, everyone simply gasped. She read undisguised admiration in the guy's eyes. But many girls looked at her with poorly concealed envy. All these sensations were completely unusual for Kristen, and made her head spin no less than the light wine that the waiter periodically poured into her. The party was in full swing. The music and conversations became louder, faces became hotter, and the behavior of those around them became freer. Many of the guys went dancing, and Kristen, who had never been to this kind of place before, watched with curiosity what was happening on the dance floor. "Can I bother you?" She heard a man's voice above her. Kristen raised her head. A young man stood in front of her. With the tenacious gaze of an artist, she instantly took in all the details, noted the harmonious facial features, figure, neatly styled blonde hair, and most importantly, incredibly beautiful hands with long fingers and surprisingly graceful wrists for a man. She immediately drew attention to his hands, because the man was holding in them an amazingly beautiful, blooming rose on a long stem. How beautiful, the girl burst out completely involuntarily. "It is for you." He handed her a flower a beautiful rose for the most beautiful girl in the club. "Well, why are you embarrassed, Kristen?" "No need. After all, it turns out that I begged her from you. How can I put it?" It turns out he laughed cheerfully. "Although no, of course I brought it just for you as a bribe." "Bribery?" she asked again incomprehensibly. "Yes, bribery." The guy smiled. His smile was extremely charming. I immediately wanted to smile back. "I just thought that if I tried to give you a flower and you accepted it, it would be awkward for you to refuse me the dance. I'll take the rose from you, but I still won't go dancing." "But why?" He looked really and truly upset. "You don't like me at all." "Not at all, not a bit. And you can't even stand me for one dance?" "No, why? You are very pretty." "I just don't know how to dance at all." "Well, not a bit. Moreover." The conversation that took place between them under the roar of club music was, of course, a simple and light track, without any pretensions to content. It was a non-binding conversation between a guy and a girl. They were a little inspired by the atmosphere, music, drinking, youth, and freedom. Kristen, for the first time feeling so liberated about her attractiveness and femininity, the power of all this over men, did not recognize herself at all. It seemed that there were no barriers, no conventions, no obligations, nothing that would prevent her from cheerfully chatting about anything with this terribly handsome guy, saying words that a few hours ago she would have been embarrassed to even think. "I can't do that either," the guy waved his hand. "You know, there's another establishment not far from here. It's very decent. It has a completely different atmosphere and wonderful live music. Perhaps you would agree to continue the evening there? I invite you, please do not refuse. You know, today is my birthday. It so happened that I was left alone. If you would agree to sit with me for a while, it would be the best gift for me. Please." He folded his hands in some kind of prayerful gesture, and Kristen once again involuntarily noted their grace. She looked around uncertainly. Many of the former students were already pretty tipsy. Until recently, the funny crowd had broken up into couples and groups, and one could be sure that hardly anyone would notice its disappearance. She looked again at her new acquaintance. He was so attractive, dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and a formal jacket. He stood out among the drunken denim crowd, like a noble hare among mules. But most importantly, he looked at her with such admiration, and this look excited her so much that her legs lifted Kristen from the table. "Well, even though I don't understand what's going on and why I'm behaving this way, I agree," she said. "Thank you." The guy's eyes darkened. He gallantly pulled his hand away and offered it to Kristen. "Oh, wait." She suddenly stopped and laughed. What is this, really? I'm almost ready to go with you to God knows where, and I don't even know your name. Sorry, it's my fault. I lost my head. He smiled sweetly and spread his arms, bowing playfully. Let me introduce myself, Andrew. Kristen. She curtsied. Well, everyone, it seems like all the formalities have been completed. Let's go. He suddenly took her hand and quickly, as if fearing that they would be stopped, walked towards the exit. They were sitting in a small, cozy restaurant, which, after the roar and hustle and bustle of the club, felt unusually good. A wonderful tea rose stood in a vase with water. Kristen looked over the flower at Andrew, and she wanted this night to never end. You promised me a dance, he suddenly said and extended his hand. And you promised to teach me how to dance, she answered. His hand lay softly and tenderly on her waist. She put her hands on his shoulders and felt happy. Apparently, he sensed the moment and gently pulled her towards him. She took a deep breath. You know, I have to go. Kristen literally forced herself to say these words. Why did I somehow offend you? He tried to look into the girl's eyes. No, what are you talking about? Everything was amazing. It was a wonderful evening, maybe the best of my life. But it's already very late. But I will see you again. He persistently tried to catch her eye. I don't know, I'm not sure if this is necessary. Maybe it's not worth it. Just let everything remain as it is. Andrew, you are a wonderful guy. I had a very good time with you today. Happy birthday. Kristen stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. She approached the exit but could not stand it and turned around. Andrew sat at the table, looking after her in confusion. She laughed joyfully, returned and stroked his hair. Write down my phone number. It was incredibly easy for her. Everything seemed simple and natural. For the first time in her life, she simply did what she wanted without thinking about how right or decent it was. They started meeting every day. They walked around the city, sat on benches in the park, rowed a boat on the old pond, ate cakes in small summer cafes. We're going to a restaurant this evening, he suddenly declared. You should wear that amazing dress you wore to your prom. Why is that? Kristen was surprised. Because today is our anniversary. It's been exactly a week since we met, Andrew solemnly announced. At first she laughed, but then realized that he was completely serious. And again there was a beautiful rose in a crystal glass, light wine and a gentle melody, Andrew's hands on her back and shoulders. I was wrong when I told you that you were the most beautiful girl in the club, he whispered. That is, she was amazed, despite the bliss that overwhelmed her. Are you trying to say that I'm not that good? I just want to say that you are the most beautiful girl in the world. What woman doesn't want to hear such words? Who among them can stand against them? They spent the night together. In a small but cozy apartment, Andrew. She woke up first and lay there for a long time, not believing what happened to her, trying to realize herself a completely new, different, alien, unfamiliar woman. Andrew was sleeping soundly, and Kristen was looking at him, afraid to move and frighten away the feeling of peace and happiness that covered her in a warm wave. He was lying on the edge of the bed, turned on his side. A dark lock of hair covered his face and hung over the edge of the sofa. He put his other hand under his cheek, and his long fingers tangled in his hair. Kristen quietly made her way to get the album and pencil that were always in her bag. Taking them and trying not to make noise, she sat down in a chair. The drawing appeared on the paper easily and quickly, but still she was not finished yet. Andrew stirred and opened his eyes. What are you doing? Demand, he said, seeing her concentrated face. I'm drawing the most beautiful fingers I've ever seen, Kristen smiled. Fingers? Andrew asked in amazement and jumped up from the sofa and approached the girl. What other fingers? Come on, show me. Why fingers? Is this the only thing attractive about me? You have very beautiful hands. No, really. I noticed it immediately as soon as I saw you for the first time there, in the club. Come on, stop it, you'll say the same. I have stupid hands, small like a girl's. Mom says that such hands are a shame for a man. Although everything about you really seems beautiful. Damn, this is just great. You are a real artist. Let me kiss you urgently for this. Come on, look at me. Helen, whom Kristen had not seen for several weeks, and looked at her friend with surprise. Listen, what's wrong with you? You're just glowing. Kristen, admit it, what's going on? Fell in love or what? Helen said the last phrase just like that, without thinking, and froze when she saw Kristen nodding vigorously, her eyes shining in her smile. Wow, Helen said slowly. Are you with a man? I thought this would never happen. So what, he's one of your crazy ones? Shaggy artist. Will you eat 1 briquette of instant noodles a day for 2 and draw imperishable masterpieces? No, Kristen laughed. He's not one of us. He's completely different. Wonderful, gentle, smart. In general, it's clear. The best. A friend finished for her. And when will I be introduced to this miracle of miracles? I just really want to look at the prince. You know, in recent years I have been seeing horses more and more. By this time, Helen had been married to her classmate for 3 years and was raising little sons, twins. She and her husband truly loved each other. The sons, of course, were adored. The phrase about horses was most likely intended to emphasize the heroic build of her men. Soon Helen and Andrew met. He was polite, reserved, and seemed a little afraid. She carefully probed him with her gaze and her trademark irony. Well, what can I tell you? Helen hugged her friend by the shoulders and looked into her eyes. You love him. It's obvious, and you're happy. Here he is. You know, it seemed to me. Oh, okay, everything will be fine. I am so happy for you. Summer was ending. The best summer in Kristen's life was spent with her loved one. Kristen went to work at an art school and began teaching drawing to children of all ages. The business was, of course, not entirely profitable, but it brought Kristen a lot of pleasure. Every day, ideas for future paintings of my own raced through my head, and my folders were swelling with sketches. Mom looked in surprise at her daughter, who was either singing songs desperately and out of tune, or spinning around the room like a little girl, and sometimes she was just sitting on a small loggia, raising her face to the soft autumn sun, smiling happily. One September evening, Andrew came in looking somewhat excited. It took Kristen a long time to gain control of his spirit, his words, and finally spoke. Kristen, in general, I told my family about you. You probably remember, I told you I was not born here, I'm from. He said the name of a large village 50 kilometers from the city. I have a large family, father, mother, grandfather, 2 uncles, 3 aunts. And this, mind you, I'm not talking about their wives and husbands. Despite the tension, Andrew suddenly laughed, obviously imagining his numerous relatives. I also have 2 sisters and a younger brother. I have never counted my cousins, but there are even more of them. In general, I'm from a camp, he joked, having finished listing family members. Kristen listened with amazement about the family. She had no one in the world except her mother, and she simply could not imagine what it was like to have so many relatives. Listen, you are a happy person, she said, to have so many relatives who love you. Well, they want to get to know you, you know. And I promised that we would come next Saturday. But you know, I have to warn you, my mother. Well, how can I explain it to you? She is so very domineering. She loves everything to be the way she wants. Well, she was very surprised when I told about the fact that we are together, that you and I have a relationship. And she, of course, has a lot of questions at once, both about you and in general, you know. Understand. It seems Kristen smiled cheerfully, although inside, to be honest, everything was shaking. And most likely, I am not at all the option that she wants for you. Well, what does this have to do with it? Andrew exclaimed. Whether Mom wants it or not, it doesn't matter. Well, or rather not really. Of course it doesn't. He was completely confused in his explanations, became confused, fell silent and looked pitifully at Kristen. Okay, I understand everything. Well, in fact, I understand perfectly well that I am not the most enviable option. Any mother in your place would not be very happy with such a girl for her son. You know, if I were your mother, I wouldn't even let someone like me on the threshold. Kristen laughed, trying to make fun of Andrew's excitement and her own fear of meeting his family. Finally, the day appointed for the trip arrived. Kristen brought herself to an extreme state of anxiety with anticipation and did not sleep all night the night before she was tormented by the question how to dress. Do I need to wear makeup and do my hair? What will they think if she appears, so to speak, in a simple way? He'll say he doesn't respect us at all, so he needs to be on parade. What if they think she came to show off? When they ask about her family, maybe they can somehow remain silent and not talk too much about it. Lord, why did she agree to this trip? On the other hand, sooner or later she will have to meet his family if she wants to be with Andrew, and she really wants to. Her friend calmed her down, advising her to calm down. You can't show them any weakness, otherwise they'll quickly sit on your neck. I would like to go with you, Helen, Kristen finished dreamily, imagining what a meeting with Andrew's relatives could turn into with the participation of a friend in the role of her lawyer. She laughed merrily. As always, Lena's reasoning worked flawlessly. Kristen calmed down and met Andrew, who was following her, with a smile. Well, are you ready? He asked. No, she answered honestly. Kristen, just don't worry, okay? The main thing is that everything goes more or less smoothly with Mom. Everyone else will like you, I'm sure. Andrew muttered and was embarrassed, realizing that he was not saying at all what was needed. And he himself is worried, it seems, even more than Kristen. Kristen and Andrew arrived in the village and, excited, like first graders before their first lesson in their lives, holding hands, they entered the big house. They were really expected, because the spacious living room with huge windows was full of people. Some of them pretended to be doing something, but the majority were not lying. Frankly, and with curiosity, they looked at the chosen one. At first glance, it was clear who exactly was the center of public opinion here. A tall, plump woman of about 50, with a high, carefully styled hairstyle, stood up to meet them. Varnished hair, lips thickly painted with red lipstick, heavy earrings with large red stones, and an equally huge pendant around her neck. A dress made of shiny fabric with an overly bright pattern. All this, of course, was not modern and old-fashioned, but it was, nevertheless, very suitable for this woman. Kristen immediately realized at first sight that this was Andrew's mother, a woman on whom her fate seems to largely depend. Barbara Black was, in every sense of the word, a woman of considerable merit. For many years she worked as the chief accountant of the big vegetable plant, supplying several surrounding cities with fresh vegetables and herbs. The farm was really large and very troublesome, and in order to maintain order in it, one had to have a strong character and determination, great professional knowledge and basic endurance. Barbara possessed all these qualities to the fullest. She always knew about everything that happened at the plant. It doesn't matter what kind of area we were talking about, garages, farming, or the financial service directly subordinate to it. She decisively and with equal firmness dealt with negligent employees, unscrupulous suppliers, or late-paying customers. We need Barbara and the government, the workers laughed. Just as decisively and confidently as at work, Barbara handled household chores. How, with such a workload at work, she managed to keep the house and large household plot in perfect order, one could only guess. However, she had no shortage of help, given the large size of her family. Andrew was born third in their family after 2 girls. One of the sisters was already married and expecting a baby, and the second lived with her parents and cursed the garden, which needed care. The mother, as it seemed to her, loved her son more in her soul than the other children. For some reason, the long-awaited boy was especially dear to her. She always dreamed of some special destiny for him, and of course it was hardly possible to find this fate here, in their native, albeit in a fairly large and prosperous village. Therefore, she willingly supported her son when he announced his desire to study and live in the city after school. After working at the plant for many years, Barbara and Ben, as Andrew's father was called, saved enough to buy their son a small but quite decent apartment. Andrew graduated from college, received an engineering degree, and got a job. Barbara's appearance suited her character, tall, with large features, which almost always had an expression of determination and confidence in her rightness. With all her appearance, she seemed to be saying to those around her, so it's like this. Point 1, I'm right. Point 2, if I'm wrong. Look at point 1, Barbara had a rather full and wide figure. But in some amazing way, all this did not give the impression of excess weight, but seemed to be a manifestation of strength, solidity. All that remained was to add to this a loud, well-produced voice, from which the repairmen, taken by surprise, dropped their wrenches on the floor. It was precisely such a remarkable lady in every sense of the word that Kristen was destined to like. And yet this village iron businesswoman had one weak point. She loved her husband Ben very much. And this love was mutual. They have been together for more than 30 years. They have gone through difficulties, illnesses, the birth of children, joys and sorrows. And yet they retained some kind of reverent, tender feeling for each other, more likely to be characteristic of a young boy and girl than of 50-year-old parents of 4 children who have begun to turn gray. Ben worked as a chief mechanic at the same plant. He and his wife were jokingly called the Black Mafia. But at the same time, Absolutely everyone recognized that both Barbara and Ben took their places completely deservedly and fairly. Ben has long gotten used to his wife's difficult character. I learned to adapt to him, and if necessary, to tame Barbara's temper. She heard only him when it seemed impossible to reach her. She recognized the unconditional authority of her husband, and although she could not deny herself the pleasure of arguing and defending her point of view, she certainly took her husband's opinion into account. Kristen enjoyed her openly appraising gaze and smiled. The smile turned out pitiful and forced. Hello she didn't say, she rather squeaked. In response, she heard, hello, hello, dear guests. Finally, you brought your mysterious stranger to us. Hello, Kristen. Come in. You're welcome. A short, gray-haired man with kind eyes stepped forward. He was very similar to Andrew. He smiled warmly and welcomingly, and Kristen immediately became much calmer. Oh, Andrew looks like him, Kristen finally realized. So this is his dad. My dear son. Finally, he deigned to come and check on us. Barbara finally opened her lips, decisively pushed her husband away, and, as if not noticing Kristen standing next to her, hugged Andrew. Mom, meet me. This is Kristen, he said when he was finally able to emerge from his mother's strong embrace. That's what I understood, said the woman with the face of a queen. Well, let me look at you. Kristen felt that this look was literally breaking her into molecules. Judging by the expression on her face, Barbara didn't particularly like what she saw. True, there were no comments from her. She just took a deep breath. With the rest of the family, everything went much easier and simpler. For the most part, people were friendly and talked with the girl sincerely and with pleasure. She learned many facts about his childhood and youth, and heard somewhat humorous warnings that Andrew was a womanizer. I got acquainted with photographs where he was a baby, still an infant, and sat without clothes, without anything at all. In general, everything was quite fun and positive, if not for the periodically felt glance of Barbara. Then there was a long, plentiful feast, during which they tried to cram a year's worth of food into Kristen. Oh, how great, suddenly one of the sisters exclaimed, snatching a napkin from under Kristen's hand. Kristen did not notice how he sketched a portrait of one of the aunts sitting opposite on a piece of paper. These are living people. Look. Oh, and you're an artist. And draw me. Please. Kristen spent the rest of the evening drawing pictures of those present and receiving admiring reviews. Finally, the endless day came to an end. But okay, that's enough. Let's finish this gathering. Let's all go home. Tomorrow is a hard day. Get up early and get to work, said Barbara. For what work? Andrew asked in surprise. Tomorrow is Sunday. Wait, I thought we would go to the lake, show Kristen our forest, apiary, and generally take a walk, go to a barbecue. How is it? For what work? What barbecue and lake? The mother looked angrily at her son. As far as I can see, you have become quite a city person. You don't think or remember anything at all. We'll dig potatoes tomorrow, Andrew. Well, Mom, what kind of potatoes? We've come to visit. So what? Now will you order us to die of hunger in the winter because of this? We, son, have our own schedule. We have no time for rest now. No, of course, no one is forcing you. Helping us is up to you. Please go for a walk and eat our kebabs. And we have things to do. The woman, looking offended, rose from the table and left the room. For some reason, Kristen's ears lit up. Of course, we must help. True, I have never dug potatoes, but I think it's not that difficult. I'll handle it. She showed a playful look of fear on her face. Kristen, what do you mean help? There's work there all day. Dad, he turned to his father. But I completely forgot about these damn potatoes. You could have warned me. I wouldn't have brought IRA with me. If I came alone, I would bring her next time. Andrew looked at his father reproachfully. Yes, to be honest, I forgot about this damn harvest. I just don't understand why you're so upset. Well, really, as a child, you don't know your mother, do you? Don't pay attention, Ben waved his hand. Well, of course, don't pay attention. When my mother accused me of parasitism in front of everyone, this meat won't go down my throat now. Kristen is hooked. Well, if so, then go with all of us, work there for an hour, and then take my car and leave from there. The father winked at his son, and at the same time his face suddenly looked younger and became somehow boyish. At this moment, father and son were especially similar to each other. Early in the morning, the whole family in several cars was ready to leave. You are going? Well, that's good, son. Barbara looked at her son with a smile, again pretending not to notice Kristen standing next to her. The girl involuntarily noted this. "We really need extra male hands. My father is not going. He was urgently called to the plant. We have a serious breakdown there, but he left you the car and said that you agreed on this." "For what?" "Unclear." Barbara shrugged. Andrew winked at Kristen, put his arm around her shoulders and led her to the car. After a few hours spent in the field, Kristen began to feel as if she had always been here and had never seen anything in her life, and would never see anything again, except brown, yellowish and red tubers. By the second break, everything hurt her neck, back, legs, knees, which endlessly bent and unbent, even her fingers, each joint of which throbbed painfully. But she tried not to show it, and, overcoming the ache in her lower back, courageously carried the buckets, which seemed increasingly heavier. "Andrew, why do you need so many potatoes?" Kristen asked in a whisper, sadly looking around the huge fields and realizing that he couldn't see the edge or end. "Listen, to be honest, I never understood this myself. Please forgive me for these damn potatoes. This is just some kind of setup." "Come on, it's okay," she muttered, pouring another portion of the Black family's strategic food supply into the pile. "Come on, let's go," Andrew begged her several times. "My father left me a car. We'll just leave. Nobody will notice. Nobody will notice. Nobody." "Your mother?" Kristen asked ironically. "Well, Mom, of course, will notice." The guy laughed. "Of course he will notice," Kristen thought to herself. "She just watches me. Without stopping, sooner or later everything ends. Even what seemed endless. The damn potato field is over." "Well, city people, thank you for any help," said Barbara. "We could manage, of course." "Mom, stop it." Andrew stopped his mother, who seemed to be able to explain to Kristen that no one really needed her help, and it was stupid to expect gratitude from her. "Why do you rush to her defense all the time, like a cat to a chicken? Honestly, it's downright funny. Am I some kind of monster?" Barbara suddenly became offended. "Go help me load the shovels into the car, otherwise we'll forget them on the field again, as always. And Kristen and I will stand here and finally talk about our own things. About women's things." Andrew looked at the women uncertainly, and noticing that Kristen nodded, slowly walked towards the car. "Well, okay. Now let's get serious," Barbara said after a very long pause. So long that Kristen managed to calm down, get scared, and come to her senses again. "Tell me this, Kristen." Barbara reluctantly said the girl's name. "You and my son have a serious relationship. Well, are you planning to marry him?" "To be honest, Barbara, he didn't ask me to marry. For now, anyway." Kristen decided to be brave and looked directly into the eyes of her opponent. "But if he calls, I will consider this offer very seriously. You'll think about it." "Are you still going to think?" Judging by the indignation, Barbara did not appreciate the irony and was sincerely indignant. "Look, she's still getting ready to think. What about you yourself?" "Such a big jewel? I am not a very profitable party at all. Or rather, completely unprofitable," Kristen tried to joke. But the woman did not take this as playful irony. Vice versa. "It's very good that you understand this yourself, and you should always remember it. After all, apparently you have nothing. Housing, for example. Yes, I live with my mother, and unfortunately I don't expect an inheritance from anywhere. But I believe in miracles. You never know." Kristen kept trying to soften Andrew's mother, make her laugh, and remove anger and tension from their communication. But she understood everything wrong. "But I immediately realized that you were not very well brought up. You don't have to demonstrate this again. I take it you don't have a profession either?" "Why not? I actually finished school. I tried to defend myself, Kristen. I have a diploma as an artist teacher, by the way, with honors." "Well, what kind of profession is this? Draftsman. Honors. Do not make me laugh. I have a younger niece, and she can draw." "Well, maybe a little worse than you. So what? How are you going to make a living? Or are you planning to sit on our necks?" "I don't dare Kristen to sit on your neck, Barbara," Kristen said quietly. "And in general, I would like to tell you. If not for us, then for my son," the woman continued, as if not noticing Kristen's words. "That is, Andrew will work for you too, and you will draw pictures. Is this how you see your family life? But nothing will work out for you. Don't move. Listen, I won't say it again. If you want to marry my son, get a normal profession. Do you hear?" Barbara turned around without warning and quickly walked away. Kristen looked after her silently. "Well?" Andrew asked with obvious concern. "How did you communicate?" "Yes, we talked. Everyone and my father really liked you. And Mom too. She just told me you have a good girl. Wait and see." Imagine. On the way back, Kristen thought so deeply about everything that had been said that she even stopped feeling pain in her muscles. Or maybe Andrew's mother is right. After all, she is an intelligent, experienced woman. She has achieved everything herself, and she runs such a business. And at home, everything is on track with her. Well, in fact, she, Kristen, cannot feed herself even on her salary. How can she count on a normal family? After all, it turns out that she is some kind of freeloader. Returning to the city, Kristen rushed to find out information about advanced training courses and other ways to obtain additional education. A few days after their return, Andrew spoke with a serious face. "Have you thought about studying somewhere else?" "And I was talking to my mother. You know, she says accountants are needed everywhere now. I don't know how to do it correctly, but in general, you can easily find a job. She even has a friend here in our city. They will hire you without experience. You just need to complete special courses." Kristen looked at Andrew carefully. He understood this look and spoke. "Kristen, you understand, Mother won't give us peace anyway. And if you do as she advises, everything will be fine. I didn't tell you my court Kristen as well. Not really my court Kristen. Well, or rather, in fact, of course it's mine, but it's registered to my mother. We have to live there with you. If we decide, Kristen, for my sake. Okay, you know, I'm ready to do anything for you and become anyone, be it a witch or an accountant. I just don't know if I can do it. You see, it will work," he exclaimed confidently. "Of course it will work. Everyone can do it. But I'm not everything. I want to do something completely different," I wanted to shout to Kristen, but she remained silent. A few months later, Kristen was working for a large food retail company. She and about 15 other people sat in a huge windowless room, more like a warehouse than an office, and printed an endless document, according to which they then collected and released goods. She now earned almost twice as much as at art school. But there was no talk of any joy or pleasure from work. Kristen felt like a tiny cog in a huge machine, so small and insignificant that even if it falls out, disappears, no one will notice. "Kristen, it is you." She heard it once in a big store. Turning around, she saw her old school teacher. He smiled widely. "Lord, how glad I am to see you. Well, tell me, how are you doing?" "Hello. Yes, I live like everyone else. Normally I work. Got married, almost. This is of course wonderful. Congratulations, congratulations. Well, what about creativity, right? I'm still waiting. Maybe you could invite the old man to an exhibition of your works. Drawing is difficult now. Not yet. How so? Are you really not writing at all? It hurts. It's a shame because you have talent. And Kristen, a real talent. Yes, it's a pity. It's a pity. Unfortunately, I still remember your sketches." "How so?" "That's how life turned out." Kristen answered dryly, seeing how the old teacher was lamenting. She, feeling regret, suddenly became offended at him, at herself, at the whole world. She was offended and angry. "You see, I need to live on something. It's a pity that the school doesn't teach a course called How Can an Aspiring Artist Avoid Starving to Death? It would be very useful, you know." The old man was taken aback, looked sadly at Kristen and sighed. "Well, I was glad to see you." "Glad. I wish all the best." He bowed slightly in the old-fashioned manner and walked away. Kristen and Andrew lived in his apartment. A year later, Kristen gave birth to a boy who was named Ted. They never had a wedding. It's just that for some reason neither Kristen nor Andrew talked about it. And then there was no time for that at all. At 2 years old, the baby was diagnosed with heart failure. Kristen's whole life was completely devoted to her son, just as her mother's life had once been dedicated to her. But only if Mom was completely alone, then her beloved man lived in the same apartment with Kristen. At first, despite Ted's illness, she was happy. In any case, she herself was convinced of this. Andrew was caring and gentle. He tried to be at home more often and play with his son. But gradually, at first almost imperceptibly, in some isolated tiny moments, and then more and more often and clearly, something began to happen that meant the end of their family happiness. Andrew began to sometimes delay returning home, at first occasionally and not for long, but gradually more and more often. Kristen, hello. Listen, there's a lot of work. Don't lose me. Okay, she heard it periodically on the telephone receiver. Then came car breakdowns with visits to the workshop, meeting a friend from the plane, a dentist, urgent trips to see his parents. Kristen and Ted were increasingly alone. Andrew gradually became completely different. A wall grew inexorably between him and Kristen. Kristen was afraid to admit this to herself and stubbornly continued to convince herself that everything in her life was good, and that there were minor problems and troubles in every family. At the same time, at work, year after year, she did what she did not like and did not understand. The computer and the numbers in the documents gave me headaches and eyes, and the boredom that overwhelmed her in the office was sometimes unbearable. All the old albums, folders with sketches and sketches, once unfinished canvas paintings, everything that was once so dear to her, was her joy, her essence, was collecting dust in her mother's old closed apartment. Anne herself passed away 2 years ago, just as quietly and unnoticed by others as she lived. And the sadness for my mother was also quiet, muted light. Kristen sometimes came to the small apartment, which now became her apartment. She looked through her works, and she had the feeling that she was looking at her past, covered in dust, but still beautiful. And I didn't want to return to the present at all. In the present, she lived some kind of life that was not her own, an incomprehensible, uninteresting, unnecessary life. Relations with my friend Helen were essentially reduced to telephone conversations, which became less and less frequent. Helen, in her usual straightforward manner, scolded Kristen that she was doing something she didn't like and had completely given up drawing, locked herself at home, and saw nothing but a completely idiotic job, as a friend put it. You live as if under a stick, but look at yourself, you look like, I don't know, a young old woman. Ted, meanwhile, turned 5 years old. Andrew sometimes spent the evenings at home, but they hardly spoke. He sat at the computer or spent time on the loggia with a mobile phone in his hand. Kristen began to involuntarily notice that when she appeared, he tried to minimize the screen on the monitor or turn off the device, or end the conversation. Andrew's phone, which was usually lying around wherever possible, always forgotten by its owner in the most unexpected places, was now always either in his hands or in his pocket. Kristen wandered around the apartment like a ghost, studied with Ted, put him to bed, and went to bed herself. Then she lay for a long time, listening to Andrew settling down for the night in the next room. We need to talk. She finally decided to break the unbearable silence at home. Tell me honestly, do you have someone? He looked at Kristen. Actually, she no longer needed an answer spoken out loud. What happened to us? She asked Andrew. After all, once upon a time, everything was so good with us. You loved me, I loved you. Life was wonderful. What has changed? Why have we changed so much? You are the one who has changed, and I'm no longer interested in you. And then, let's be honest, I never told you that I love you. Did I like you? Yes, very. You were so unusual, not like everyone else, different in everything. And then she turned into some kind of gray mouse. But it's you. You forced me to become different, forced me to change, to leave everything I loved, quit my favorite thing. You. You know, my mother warned me that you would blame us for everything. And so it happened. What did you leave there? What's the matter? You'd think you could be a great artist. Nothing would have come of you anyway. Well, at most I would draw pictures for advertising signs. Kristen closed her eyes tiredly. How right Helen was when she said that she, Kristen, sold herself. And now she is paying for this betrayal. If you expect to get something from me, you are in vain. We are not registered, and you have no rights to my property. Of course you will move out of the apartment. Ted. Kristen looked at the man in panic. He saw this look, and something similar to shame flashed in his eyes. Ted, of course, will live with you. Andrew said embarrassedly. I'm not a bastard to take Kristen away from the child's mother. He seemed to have recovered from his momentary weakness, cast aside his conscience, and continued. And about alimony, keep in mind that I don't officially work. There's nothing special to take from me. If you try to sue me. Andrew, tell me honestly, Kristen, sitting comfortably on a kitchen stool, put her hands on the table and rested her chin on her fists. Did your mother write the words for this speech? What other words? What does this have to do with Mom? He was nervous. Her behavior infuriated him. She didn't make a fuss, didn't cry, didn't beg him for anything. She simply looked at him with her attentive gaze, as if noticing all the details for the future portrait. These are not your thoughts. You can't be that scoundrel. I don't believe. But don't be afraid. In any case, I don't need anything from you. Kristen said, looking at Andrew with sad regret. Everything I need is already with me. What is this? He became wary. What do you mean? Ted, Kristen said calmly. And myself, the real one. The former one, I forgot, Kristen, you. It's just something you don't need. Kristen took Ted's things and went to her old apartment. A few days later, she realized that there was no trace left of her loneliness. She was herself again, the mistress of her life, and paintings and drawings like old friends supported her. With the new job, everything happened completely by accident. Lena, with whom Kristen again communicated, as in the old days, often easily and directly, without choosing Kristen, I had the time and mood, giving themselves to each other and not expecting anything in return, as true friends should communicate, had a birthday. Helen, my dear, happy birthday. Kristen hugged her friend and entered the large living room. She's been here many times. She liked the spacious, bright room with a minimal amount of furniture and a huge shaggy carpet in the center. But today something was wrong. Something was terribly in the way, creating severe discomfort. Kristen looked carefully at the living room and realized exactly what it was: a huge, bright, but surprisingly tasteless flower bouquet standing on the table. It was composed of chic, unusual flowers and greenery, but it gave the impression of some kind of expensive bad taste. Kristen tried not to pay attention to him, but her artistic taste violently protested. No, I'm sorry, but I can't do this, Helen. It's terrible. Where did you get this terrible bouquet? There is no composition, the colors simply oppress each other. Can I correct it a little? This here is completely unnecessary. That's better, right? Well, wait a minute. Helen suddenly stared at her friend. Exactly, I came up with it. This is brilliant, what you need. Listen, I have a client. We are working on a contract with her. FIFA, you know, is all about itself. By the way, she gave me this bouquet. She has several flower shops with a pretense of sophistication. The prices for flowers there are simply terrible. When I looked at one of her contracts with suppliers, I thought that, judging by the figures, she was selling imported medicines. Well, you know, these flowers have a name that will break your tongue. So she complained that she did not have decent bouquet makers. Like them, Helen recalled the right word with a snap of her fingers: florists. Well, what do I have to do with it? Kristen shrugged. I'm not a florist. But you are an artist. Who, if not you, should know what is beautiful and what is not? Exactly. I'll talk to her, we'll send you to courses and start working. You know, Helen, I've had enough courses. I tried to resist Kristen, but Helen, who had gained momentum, was not easy to stop. The new case has taken over Kristen completely. Finally, she again plunged into the beauty of paint, the form of her imagination. Each flower was a separate work of art for her, and those collected together were her personal works. It was as if she was painting human feelings and emotions with colors. She wrote with inspiration, boldly telling stories of love, gratitude, tenderness, and determination with each bouquet. Of course, she, or rather her composition, has regular customers and fans. People sometimes just came to look, admire, and feel the harmony. You know, Kristen, it looks like we need to make a personal showcase for your work, the business owner remarked, smiling. Among her regular clients, Kristen soon began to single out one who periodically went to the flower salon. He was a rather tall, thin man with a small gray beard and hair. He wore thin glasses with gold frames, and all this made his face somehow not modern, as if from the last century. Interesting person. Kristen quietly pointed at him with her eyes to her partner. Someone not from here, as if he appeared from the last century. It will stand for a short time and disappear again. It won't disappear. A girl named Alice answered ironically. He lives quite well in the present. Be calm. Don't you know who it is? Wow, this is George. Well, the same one who runs the car plant. They say he can buy and sell our entire city. He visited us regularly. He has an office nearby, that huge building on the corner. A strange man, he will stand at the display window and stand there, sigh and smile. Maybe he's sick? Well, the rich have their own quirks. Alice was clearly not against continuing the conversation about the visitor, who was interesting in every sense. But Kristen could not stand gossip, and nodding to Alice, stepped aside. Tell me, please. Kristen heard a quiet voice, sounding clear but soft. This is what people say who don't need to be listened to, because everyone already shuts up when they want to say something. Can I talk to the person who compiled them? Yes, please. It's me. Kristen smiled lightly and looked into his eyes. Do you want to buy them? No, I mean yes, or rather he adjusted his glasses. Actually, I would like something like that. No, these are also beautiful, but for me they are too bright, you know. I would like something, how to put it. He fell silent, looking for the right word. Calm down, apparently she suggested. Yes, it's definitely calmer, exactly, the man rejoiced. A very precise word. How did you pick it up? It's not me. This is the theory of artistic art, well-known terminology, answered by Kristen. So you need a calm, warm monochrome? For whom? Can you provide some details? For a woman 56 years old. 3 grandchildren, financier, blonde. He encouraged Kristen's words, taking short pauses between them, and smiled, as if appreciating a new interesting game. Well, I'll try, Kristen smiled in response. This is simply amazing. Each of your bouquets is like, I don't know, like a canvas, a painting. Yes, that's exactly the picture. The man looked admiringly at the bouquet compiled before his eyes. You're just an artist, Kristen, he added, looking at her badge. I'm glad you like it, she said with a slight bow. Like very much. I'm sure the recipient will be absolutely delighted. Thank you, maestro. He carefully took the large bouquet and walked towards the exit of the salon. He came into the salon quite often. Too often for a man and a businessman, this was quite unusual. One day, while selling him the 3rd bouquet in a week, Kristen looked up at him with a smile. You buy flowers so often. She decided to notice. You obviously have many reasons for this. Do you really need a reason to give flowers? I just like to give flowers, he replied, with or without reason. You know, it's like taking colored pencils and coloring a gray sheet. Kristen looked at the man suspiciously, trying to determine if he was mocking her. He uttered very unusual, strange words for a man, especially one who was considered one of the unofficial masters of the city. Flowers are beautiful, and there should be many of them in life. It's true? That's what everyone thinks, don't they? But many people probably think so. But to put these thoughts into practice, frankly speaking, you are the first person on my path who does this. Kristen laughed. Besides, he continued, your salon is very conveniently located between the house where I live and my office building, so we can assume that I come to you on the way home or to work. Well, the last argument is why I began to come here much more often than before. He looked carefully at Kristen. I assume you know it's your work and you. The last words were added very quietly. Kristen flushed, lowered her head, and pretended she hadn't heard, depicting extreme busyness. You know, Kristen, your works still have one big drawback. Kristen raised her head in surprise. Yes, and this flaw migrates from one of your jobs to another. They are all beautiful, but short-lived, alas. And sometimes I want your bouquet to stay with me forever. This one, for example. Do you want me to do it? Would you like me to draw it for you? Suddenly suggested Kristen, who suddenly wanted to pick up brushes and paints until her fingers trembled and she cried. 3 years have passed. On a wonderful May morning, Kristen got up very early and still realized with fear that she was unlikely to have time to do everything that was planned. Today is the day of a grand event that she has dreamed of all her life. Just yesterday she was pleased with how everything was organized, but in the morning she suddenly realized with horror that she needed to change the position of the paintings and put on additional light. On the contrary, several huge windows need to be covered. You definitely need to remove the last 2 pictures. Still, it was not for nothing that she felt that they were not ready yet. Everything had to be perfect, and for this, a lot more needed to be done. It was necessary to call a dozen places, coordinate a huge number of little things, which as usual, came out at the last moment. Despite the fact that today's entire event had been carefully planned and prepared for a long time, it was organized by the best specialists, and yet, it was her business, her life. And only she knew how everything should really be. Today, a personal exhibition Kristen opened at the Central Art Gallery of the city. As experts wrote about her, she is one of the most talented and promising artists of recent times. Well, are you ready for world fame? A huge bouquet of wet, half-bloomed peonies, probably consisting of at least 100 flowers, cautiously entered the room. The bouquet had man's legs. The immense bunch of flowers moved slightly, and from behind it appeared a thin face with a beard and glasses with thin gold frames sitting on his nose. "No, I'm not ready," Kristen laughed, feeling her anxiety, worry, and excitement disappear like smoke. She came up and hugged the bouquet, which the man continued to hold in his hands on the other side. Then she moved the delicate, subtly fresh-smelling buds and kissed the cheek that appeared. "Kristen," he whispered, "I love you and am very proud of you." "I love you very much too, George. Thanks for all." A few hours later, Kristen, in a stunning dress, accepted congratulations on the resounding success of her exhibition. A little to the side, squinting in pleasure in the bright light, stood George, her husband, the man thanks to whom her dream became possible. The man who loved her for who she was. After an endless reception, the couple finally got ready to go home and got into the car. "Kristen," she suddenly heard. A man in a driver's uniform stood a little to the side. He had a baseball cap on his head. The face was in shadow, but in the figure, in the pose, in the manner of holding her right hand a little back, Kristen felt something very familiar. She looked closely, and a light, sad, barely noticeable smile touched her lips. "Wait a minute. Okay?" she said in the direction of George, who was already sitting in the car behind the wheel, and moved towards the one who was standing. "Andrew," she didn't ask, she said affirmatively. "Hello." "Hello," he answered hoarsely. "I hardly recognized you, but I still recognized you. Well, congratulations. So you achieved your goal, you became queen." He grinned wryly and said, "Andrew." "No, I just became myself," Kristen smiled.